legislator in that important role with her background. I'm State Senator Crystal Brantley. I serve as the ranking Republican on the other side of the chamber in Senate Judiciary, but it's a relatively new role for me in that capacity. When I was elected in 2020, I was appointed to Senate Finance Committee. And at the end of every legislative session, we would come home and talk about, either what we saved or what we spent. I will tell you on both cases, it's rarely an investment of money. And I'd come back to my rural community, and the reality is a lot of the responses is, so what? Because not much changes for them. And so while as a legislator, we may be appropriating funds and we have a surplus of money in New Mexico, and we're grateful for the oil and gas revenues, there is little prosperity. And we come back, and it's been very clear to our communities that we can put all the money in places, but we cannot spend our way out of the crime crisis that is impacting really everyone. And so I represent a legislative district. It's the largest in the state. It's about 25% of the land mass of New Mexico, 7 rural counties. And I will tell you that crime is not an Albuquerque problem. It has infiltrated its way through all of New Mexico, especially our rural communities. And so for many of those rural towns that call home in my district, where officers can be, charged with covering hundreds and hundreds of square miles, the consequences of this out of control crime is really devastating. We have known, because we spent this last interim, most of us sit on the courts corrections interim committee, and we've learned many things. One, that repeat violent offenders are returned to the communities often before the victims even leave hospitals. That in New Mexico, our juveniles exploit loopholes in the children's code, that our families feel abandoned, that traffickers, gangs, and adult criminals deliberately recruit minors, often because they know that the penalties in New Mexico are weak. In my specific district, I represent Las Cruces. And so on the final day of this last legislative session, I had a courtesy call and was called off the Senate floor on the last night to notify me of the most horrific mass shooting with youth casualties in the Young Park massacre. On the final day of legislative session, in which I could tell you we had an opportunity to pass meaningful crime bills and did nothing to prevent that, even with all the number of law enforcement that was there through this 60-day session, begging legislators and lawmakers to take action. New Mexico's violent crime rate remains among the highest in the nation. Our juveniles are involved in shootings, trafficking, aggravated assault, and are often released within days. Victims statewide, especially in our rural communities, feel unseen by a system that prioritizes offender rehabilitation over community safety. We've learned this summer through CCJ that youth crime isn't rising, it is mutating. New Mexico has become a safe haven for criminals. Our officers need accountability from the justice system. We hear you. We must strengthen pretrial detention criteria and give judges real tools to keep these violent offenders off the streets. The victims are seeking justice. And the reality is that public safety should not be a partisan issue, because it is the core promise of government. Our laws are compassionate to criminals, but they are cruel to victims, and that must change. And so the objective of this summit here today is for us to have frank and open discussions to expose where the system is failing, to hear directly from law enforcement, from survivors, from experts about what must change, and most importantly, to build serious, enforceable reform packages to move forward as lawmakers that are joining you in the effort to demand change. Thank you guys for being here today.
Now we'll go to Representative Chavez.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for being here today. And I just want to start with, before we get into talking about laws or policy, I want to start with something real. The people behind the statistics. I'm not up here just as a legislator. I'm here as somebody who's lived the pain of losing my son, Jaden, to violent crime. My family has felt what so many New Mexicans feel: the shock, the grief, the unanswered questions, and the frustration of watching a system that too often truly does protect the offenders more than it protects our families. That loss changes you. I know it changed me. I'm not alone. Everyone in this room has been touched by crime in some way. Maybe your home was broken into, your car, someone you love was taken. In New Mexico, crime stays with you. It doesn't just stay with one person. It spreads through the families, through schools, through the team sports, workplaces, and the entire communities. For years, I think we've been told that things are getting better, but that's not what families are feeling when they're afraid to walk outside after dark, when women are afraid to gas up their cars at night, when businesses are closing because they can't keep their employees safe. When what people are living doesn't match what we're being told every day, trust disappears. And that's truly what's happening, especially to us victims. This panel was created because too many victims feel ignored, and too many families, like mine, feel like the government isn't listening. That has to change. Today, we're here to listen to the people who normally don't get a microphone: the parents, the grandparents, the survivors, of the families who carry the weight of the losses every single day. Their stories won't be easy to hear, and they shouldn't be, but they're necessary. Behind every statistic that everybody talks about every day in the news, there's a person behind that story. There's a family, a story like mine, and so many of yours that may be online today. If we want to rebuild trust, it starts with being honest about what's happening and what people are really living through. No more spinning the facts, no more pretending things are okay when they're not. We owe more to the victims than sympathy. We owe them action. And today, their voices, your voices online that are listening, are at the center of this conversation. And I promise that we're listening, and I hope the people that can make a difference are also listening, that work with us in legislative session every single day. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go now to Senator Tobiasen.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chairs, and your leadership in bringing us together to talk about a topic, actually confront a topic that can no longer wait. New Mexico is in a public safety crisis, not a slow burning concern, an actual crisis. And every day we delay, another family, another child, another business pays the price. Right here in Albuquerque, we actually live in a city where we lock up our laundry detergent and our deodorant, but not our criminals. In 2023, our state's property crime rate was 51% higher than the national average, with much of it happening right here in my backyard, Albuquerque. In 2024, New Mexico ranked third in the nation for violent crime per capita. And just weeks ago, a national report listed Albuquerque among the most dangerous cities in America, mentioned in the same breath as New York and Chicago. I ask, what does it mean when your own young people are growing up believing that danger is a part of daily life? I've met teenagers, even kids that were bagging my groceries at the grocery store, that have said they have no hope, and that's wrong. So what does it mean when doctors, nurses, teachers choose not to come here? And it's because they're afraid. They're afraid for themselves and their families. What does it mean when entrepreneurs look at Albuquerque? They look at New Mexico as a whole and they cross us off the list before we've even had a chance. This isn't abstract. This is economic development as well. It's our kids' future. It's whether families can walk to their cars at night or let their children play outside without fear. And let's be honest, too many of these crimes are being committed by individuals who were just released from custody and who were still awaiting for trial for earlier offenses. When violent criminals cycle out faster than cases can be processed, it's not just a failure of the system, it's a direct threat to every single family in this state. We need reforms that hold people truly accountable. We need pretrial and sentencing laws that reflect reality, not wishful thinking. And we need a system that finally puts victims' rights and our community front and center. It's not a tough versus soft debate. This is about data. It's about outcomes. It's about whether New Mexico continues down this path or whether we finally choose a safer one. In my short time in the Senate, I've shown that I'll work across the aisle with anyone who wants genuine, evidence-based solutions for us all. That's exactly what this moment calls for. New Mexicans are demanding results. Families are demanding safety. And I'm here, and so are my colleagues, ready to work. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator. And we will now go to Representative Martinez, our minority whip.
Thank you, Madam Chairs, and thank you to everybody that's joining us here and online. What's the purpose of this hearing today? We need to take a hard look at what works, what doesn't work, and what we need to change immediately. This is not a partisan issue. This is not an election year issue. This is an everyday issue that affects everyday people. And we need to fix that. It's our responsibility as leaders to take a look at things like the failed cash bail that lets people walk out of jail as soon as they're charged, to get back out on the streets only to be rearrested for offenses that are going over and over and over. I think we all love New Mexico. That's not a doubt. What we want is a safe New Mexico. What we want is to be able to walk out at night and not worry when my wife goes to put gas at night, or worry that my daughters are out in Albuquerque on a weekend. This is something that is common sense. We need to figure out where we have failed. The pretrial detention, catch and release, that's not working. What we need to do is look at swift and certain accountability, data-driven policies, treatment paired with enforcement, and targeting the chronic repeat offenders who commit most of the crime. If you talk to anybody in law enforcement or at the district attorney's office, they say that it's a minority that makes most of the trouble because they're not held accountable. They know that if they get arrested, they're out at the longest the next day. As soon as they see a judge, they're back out on the street doing what got them there in the first place. We need to change that. Permissive probation has not worked anywhere. You can look across the country, across the world. If criminals are not held accountable, crime is going to be high. It's just like when I was raising my son. They knew that there was going to be swift accountability. I'm proud to say that my sons are now grown and good, solid men that I'm proud of. But that's because I held them accountable. Today, we'll hear from law enforcement, prosecutors, victims, and other community leaders. They're going to tell us what they see through their own eyes. Also, recognize the difficult truth. We are in the minority. We don't make the rules. We don't control the bills that are voted on. But we have to keep fighting. We have to make sure that voices are heard. We do have the responsibility and the platform to elevate those voices, the voices of the people that are harmed by these crimes, the victims' voices that are usually ignored in Santa Fe. This hearing will begin the honest public conversation that our communities have been demanding. Every New Mexico has been touched by crime. Some have survived violence, lost loved ones, seen their businesses close or their cars stolen. I hate to hear people tell me that they're afraid to go to the movies at night because they don't know if they're going to walk out of the theater and the car's going to be there. Things have to change. Let today mark the shift from talk and debate to action, from rhetoric to results, from crisis to correction. We can fix this, but its leaders finally have to choose, and we need to make that choice today. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Whip. And now we'll go to Senator Block.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to APS for hosting our task force. Very much appreciated in this beautiful facility. Today's hearing, I just want to echo the great words that were spoken by the senators and representatives up here. But today's hearing is about a moral imperative, making New Mexico safer for our families, especially for the victims and the survivors of so much violent crime in our state. And who are the victims here in New Mexico? Well, most of them come from low-income neighborhoods. It's where the majority of the crime is. You've all seen the statistics. I wish some of those people that represent some of those areas on the other side of the aisle would care enough about their constituents to pass common sense crime bills to protect their constituents in those areas. But we up here as Republicans in the minority have put forward scores of crime bills, and if we even get a hearing in committee, it gets killed. That's the real crime right there. In New Mexico in 2024, our awful crime rate was 717 per 100,000 residents. And property crime was a whopping 2,751 per 100,000 residents in our state. These aren't just numbers. They're represented by broken homes, broken families, grief, frightened families, victims that now suffer from PTSD, something I've carried with me for 20 years since coming back from war in Afghanistan. And these young crime victims are going to carry this for the rest of their lives because Santa Fe has done nothing to protect them. And we have neighborhoods that live in fear, who can't even take their kids out to a park without worrying about stepping on a needle or getting shot. Our foundational belief as a country is spelled out in the Declaration of Independence, is that all individuals are endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Would have been nice if Joe Biden could remember those words during his time. But how can we as New Mexicans enjoy these God-given rights if we're forced to live in fear by men and women who refuse to solve problems in Santa Fe? Fear that our kids will be harmed in the neighborhoods with drugs and violent crime. Fear that our property will be taken from us by theft or by force. Fear that our own lives may be in danger in road rage, gang violence, or other mindless attacks. You know, I hear that the crime rate is going down in Albuquerque. I absolutely do not agree with that at all. How many people have you talked to that have been victims of crimes that refuse to report it? Why? Because nothing's going to happen. It's going to take forever for the police to show up because they're busy. And God bless our law enforcement officers, and I see them here, and thank you for coming. God bless them. What a tough job. In order to restore and safeguard our God-given rights, we must finally shift the balance of our justice system. Far too often in our state, we see a system that protects and loves criminals more than the survivors and the victims. Today, We must focus our reform on prevention and accountability, not with soft rhetoric with no substance and no solutions. Because some people in Santa Fe, many of them, have bought into some radical agenda that makes excuses for criminals and protects criminals. That needs to end. While I support mental health treatment, many in Santa Fe would make excuses that crime is only the result of social ills like poverty, race, abuse, and neglect, or that we can just fix it by counseling, mental health treatment. And again, I have supported mental health treatment and drug addiction treatment. I even sponsored historical legislation in New Mexico with SB 3, a bipartisan bill that hopefully will help a lot of people. But that approach does not go nearly far enough to deter violent crime in our neighborhoods or to stop the reach of the illegal drug trade. And thank God President Trump has shut this border down and is taking action against these drug traffickers and terrorists coming to invade our country by air, land, and sea. Let's face the facts. We won't solve our public safety crisis with group therapy and a hug. President Reagan once said, "We must reject the idea that every time a law is broken, society is guilty rather than the lawbreaker. It is time to restore the American precept that each individual is accountable for his actions." We don't follow that concept here in New Mexico. We don't believe in it. And that's a shame. Everyone here and everyone out there knows the common sense solutions that we need to implement and pass to protect New Mexicans. We all know the right answers. But unfortunately, Santa Fe, the radicals in Santa Fe refuse to listen to you. So what can you do about it? You can vote them out. Vote for the candidates, Republican or Democrat, that are going to protect you, that are going to provide safety for you and your family. If we as elected officials truly cared about public safety, which everyone on this dais does, and on this side of the aisle, I might add, we must invest in reforms that protect victims, prevent crime before it starts, and deliver meaningful consequences and accountability for violent repeat offenders to get them off the damn streets. That is how we restore trust, dignity, protection, safety, and peace to every New Mexican. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Block. So why are we here today? It's a question many New Mexicans are asking, and we owe you an answer to that. And the direct answer is the legislative structure responsible for safeguarding the public is failing, and we need to confront that failure head on. Let me begin with respect and clarity. This is not a task force that was convened to question or shame our other colleagues in the aisle. It's far more, or in the legislature, actually. It's far more serious than that. It is the intention of this task force to look at why New Mexico is rated the highest crime rated state year after year in the entire country, with over double the violent crimes rate, twice the national limit. That is not a partisan talking point. That is a statewide emergency. As a former prosecutor and a current prosecutor, I have watched year after year how legislative inaction and poor public policy decisions echo in courtrooms across the state. I've watched victims just be forgotten, communities be destabilized, and criminals recycling through this revolving door that masquerades as justice. And I know I'm not the only one here frustrated. Every community represented here shares the same frustration. Policies that are widely supported by the public are considered dismissed because they're too harsh or they're too mean or a step backwards. And while the real harms in our communities are escalating, for too long, we have relied on this traditional committee process to address crime. And for too long, that process has proven incapable of producing meaningful results. Bills supported broadly by the public are routinely held back because they're labeled as too punitive before the public ever even has a chance to weigh in on them. And meanwhile, communities suffer. The fundamental mission of the legislature to ensure public safety has been compromised. It is clear the existing system of policymaking is not working. The structure itself is not part of the problem. It is part of the problem. The important reforms die, not though because they're flawed, but because they become political casualties of political leverage, internal alliances, or procedural bottlenecks. The bill can be evidence-based, data-supported, and publicly demanded, and never even receive a vote. That's not democracy functioning, that's democracy stalling. This pattern of inaction has created what I will call a governance void, where no branch of government fully accepts responsibility for public safety. The judiciary points to the legislature points to the executive, and the executive points back to the legislator, or both of us. And caught in the middle are the people, New Mexicans, who are dealing with a system and the consequences of a system that is unable to work, adapt, and protect them. So today, this task force is what we're planning to exist to help this. We're stepping outside of the traditional structure to say enough. If the current system cannot produce the policies New Mexicans need, then it is our obligation to build a new avenue, one rooted in transparency, public involvement, and accountability. So today marks a new approach, a new structure, a new level of accountability, and a new willingness to challenge the systems that have failed to keep New Mexicans safe. So with that, we're going to go ahead and start our presentations. Where our first presentation is John Allen from the Bernalillo County Sheriff's Office, and you're more than welcome to have your colleagues come up with you if you have anybody that you'd like to bring up. Well, Sheriff, we're trying to stay on time. It's at 9:30, so we're right on schedule. So if you want to give a brief opening, and then you'll go back and forth with questions and things of that nature. Thank you, Sheriff.
Thank you for having me, both Madam Co-Chairs and committee. As we know, and as I've been hearing you speaking, we know that we are in a state of a crime crisis, and there are several things to discuss when it comes to public safety. The impact of repeat violent offenders. If you saw in the media last week, I released some very disappointing stats that we've been looking at probably for the last 7 months, and something that we've seen in the pattern of law enforcement probably for over a decade. But also the juvenile crime, the impact of narcotics trafficking, specifically fentanyl, and not the return, but the still continue use for insatiable need for heroin, methamphetamine, and cocaine. There are challenges, but I know we can find solutions, as you've all stated in your opening statements. But law enforcement can always make improvements also. We can do it in our everyday duties, but I will tell you we are doing all we can do to protect the community, whether that is the allocation of manpower, the allocation of resources, the allocation of specialty units to combat whether it's narcotics, whether it's auto theft, or whether it's gun crime. But we need help on the back end from our courts. And I want the judges to have every tool that they can to put into their repertoire to make sure that they're holding people accountable, and for violent repeat offenders not to hit the streets, and for our deputies and all of law enforcement, just not in Bernalillo County, but in the state of New Mexico, that are being released and not only causing a huge danger to the community that they serve, but that law enforcement and that respective entity to the personnel and their safety issues. The task can be challenging, but at the Bernalillo County Sheriff's Office, we focus on the fundamentals of law enforcement. As I stated earlier, we can have all the technology, which is great for supplementation. So I do thank you for your support in reference to capital outlay to provide something in technology, but it is just a force multiplier, and it should only supplement the boots on the ground on the street as far as law enforcement in terms of just not fighting crime, but being smarter on crime and preventing crime. It is known for a long time that the more people that you have in a street and there's a presence of law enforcement, you will prevent crime. And that will allow also not just a work-life balance for our personnel to do a great job every day, but to press forward and do great investigations to provide the courts the most solid case that they can to keep somebody in jail or whatever the judge decides to make sure that they're not victimizing the community. Due to the policies that we're discussing today and down the road, I believe New Mexico has gone off the path and we are no longer victim-centered. I just met with Representative Chavez and some other people last week in reference to homicide and violent crime families. It is very easy as a law enforcement leader, as what you do as you sit in your seats, as what the community does, to become anesthetized to the crime because of the epidemic that we have seen for so long, to forget the people that are sitting behind these policies and they have lost a loved one and their murderer or the person who have attacked them in a robbery have not been held accountable. We have now gone, because we are not seeing the accountability from the courts as they have so called for law enforcement for long years, with police reform, which you can do at the same time. But they should hold themselves accountable as far as holding all of our criminals accountable. That is why we have branched off and we also work with our federal partners, whether it's the FBI, whether it's the U.S. Marshals, whether it is the Drug Enforcement Administration. And the reason we are doing so is because the repeat violent offenders, such as the deputy-involved shooting that we had 3 weeks ago, is someone that was let out in their criminal history, which we're doing a press release as we speak, was let out and caused our deputies to be forced into a deputy-involved shooting for doing the same thing that he was booked for repeated times and carrying a firearm. Felon in possession of firearm offenders are prevalent all over the state of New Mexico and just not Bernalillo County, and they are the driver of crime. And any expert that you have up here, whether it's federal, local, or state, will tell you any narcotics charge along with the firearm should be held accountable with the harshest of penalties, because you will not rehabilitate them. It will come back down to strong rehabilitation efforts, holding people accountable in the jail, in the prison system, but also to make sure that we're giving the judges, again, the tools to hold those people accountable to protect the most vulnerable. Recidivism rates, which everybody will talk about, has been from 63 to 73% for a very long time. You can go from 2012 up to the current 2025 trends from the Polity Initiative highlights that has it stated at 71%, which states that over the past decade, recidivism has not changed. And that is because the reforms, the laws, and accountability that we have does not hold specifically here in the state of New Mexico, but we are seeing it in the nation also. I speak to sheriffs and chiefs on a consistent basis. And when it comes to juvenile crime, this is a complete different paradigm shift than what I've seen in my career in law enforcement going on 28 years. It is no longer just a stolen vehicle, but is a stolen vehicle with their friends, putting them on the wrong path, but then committing a violent crime, whether it be robbery, homicide, distributing narcotics, and some things I can't put on here, but even people working with the cartel that is from across our border. I work specifically also with the Governor's Crime Commission, and what we deal with, which I can't state on here, is on another level that I can't even explain to you. But I will tell you, because of the weak juvenile laws that we have in the state of New Mexico, those are our vulnerable people that that the cartel or any criminal gang here in Bernalillo County will utilize to transport narcotics and carry out the most heinous of crimes. And even with the gang population that we have, people say that it's not prevalent. I've heard that said the last 5 years. That is not true. The paradigm shift, what I am telling you, is a lot of the gangs that used to be rivals now work together to come to one common goal, and that is to drive crime. So on the contrary, why can't we as the state of New Mexico come to one common goal, to have common sense policy solutions to protect the most vulnerable, which is our community? I'll stand for questions.
All right, thank you, Sheriff. Does anybody have any questions? Okay, we'll just start with Representative Martinez.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Sheriff. I appreciate what you do every day. I have family that's in law enforcement, and I know the sacrifice that is made not only by the officer, but by the family. My question kind of goes back to your statement in the journal. The repeat offender, is it your opinion that if we are able to change the bail reform that happened a few years ago and actually hold those people in jail, what kind of effect do you think that's going to have on crime?
That will have a big effect. And I believe the bigger question is that's more of a long-term goal. We can argue over a rebuttable presumption for the next 2 or 3 years. We all know that it would most likely work because it does hold people more accountable and it holds the most violent offenders accountable. My wish and my opinion would be that the way the bail reform is written, that for kidnapping, high crimes, homicide, drug trafficking with a firearm, aggravated assault against a police officer, things of that nature shouldn't be with bail reform. I understand what bail reform was done and why it was done, to keep people that could not afford bail. But that's going down to the misdemeanor level, not a heinous crime such as the 4 or 5 top felonies. I believe, as we're talking about policy, we need a short-term fix. And I know the Supreme Court did for predetermination hearings to give the judges a lot more tools to make sure that they're holding people accountable as much as they can. There needs to be more reforms in terms of that nature, so we're not seeing what we saw and what I released last week over and over again. We're talking people that are released 41, 22, 12 times, not 3 or 4 times. It's consistent. And you mentioned the Journal, and I believe they wrote an article Saturday saying that I was cherry picking. I don't believe cherry picking is 640 cases when 97 are that we arrested or released back into our community. That's just a handful of what I picked. I haven't even released. I just gave an order this morning on extraditions, and I believe I brought it up last year in reference to bail reform also. One of my other questions is, why are we spending taxpayer money and extraditing violent repeat offenders from another state who ran to possibly face accountability here, and they're brought back here to this state, and then they're released back into our community? What are we doing?
Thank you, Sheriff. One quick follow-up question. Holding juveniles accountable before their criminal career takes off, do you think that is a good solution instead of just a quick slap on the hand, don't do it again, and send them back out on the street? Actually holding them accountable, in whatever fashion that is. What's your opinion on that?
My opinion is what we deal with now, we're going down to, used to be the average age of 14, 15 years old. Now we're seeing 7-year-old. So we can go into the family dynamic. We can go into everything that you all talked about and spoke about earlier. Yes, holding people accountable, but how do you do it the correct way? We talked about the left hemisphere not being rehabilitated. I understand all of that. The bottom line common sense is, if we know that a child has no family structure and that they have all the ACEs in place, adverse childhood experiences, and we understand that they're going to deviate off the path of doing what's right, even understanding what's doing right, and they're committing violent crime, if they are going to get out of jail, we have to have mandatory rehabilitation standards for high crimes, and also to make sure that they come back out and be a productive piece in our community. The bottom line is, we can't let them back out into our community to another unstable platform or family that we're releasing them right back to reoffend and then go and take a path of crime as they did with their family, because we know that it's tenured. Our deputies go into homes, and there's law enforcement officials from any agency. You can go into a home and arrest the father, mother, cousin, uncle, or an aunt, and know that that 8 or 9-year-old that you see, you're going to be dealing with them in the next 2 or 3 years, because we know that the juvenile system as it is written now, and it is antiquated, will fail them.
Madam Chair, I appreciate your time.
You, and now we'll go to Senator Tobias, and we're keeping it about 4 minutes.
Well, thank you for being here. I don't think that public safety should be the price that we pay for endless excuses. And I hear excuses about the Arnold tool, judges. I even hear that our jails are overcrowded. So when local law enforcement here in Albuquerque picks up a juvenile with a gun, with fentanyl, they confiscate those things and then they take them home. They drop them off at home. They don't even have a place to put them. That's what I've been told. So one, is that true? Are all of our jails for juveniles or adults, at least in the metro area, are they at capacity all the time? And are we freeing criminals to make room for other criminals to cycle into the system? And secondly, wouldn't the solution be to just expand facilities if that's the case?
To answer your question, yes. I mean, we have a short-term solution. When I first took over the office and the seat, yes, juveniles are being let out. They didn't fit the criteria that was on the matrix that the juvenile probation has or the JPO has. In terms of high crime, yes, it's not always over capacity, but I will tell you the average used to be 28 to 33 people held, that is juveniles in our facility. We are now regularly at 55 to 65. We get an update pretty much once a week. And when the updates go, to answer your question, this will answer is, hey, we are at 64, 65 in capacity. We are trying to find room in Taos or Santa Fe or another county in New Mexico is trying to bring another juvenile because of another gun crime or homicide. Can we place them in your facility, and how long can we do that? That is me juggling around. I'm not in charge of the juvenile detention center at all, but I work very close in concert with the juvenile and the JPO, and then also Greg Pettis, who heads that, in making sure that the most violent offenders are held and not let in our community. And to give you an example, if they are caught in an auto theft and they don't have a firearm and its capacity, they will be released back to who knows. We're releasing them right back into that system of failure. I don't know why the matrix has to say, hey, they were caught in auto theft, they were in the front seat, but they didn't have a firearm, so we're not going to book them, release them. That is something that we need to correct. We are now, by that, empowering the juveniles, and they tell us this all the time. We're going to get out. We're not worried about it. Thank you. And I can pull it up on body cam. It happens on a consistent basis. I think the bigger picture is just not putting our community in jeopardy. It is now lowering the morale of law enforcement on what they can truly do, and are we actually making a dent in what we do the job for in preventing crime. And I'm going to put it out there. I've told people for 2 years now, the community is going to be in an uproar, and it's almost happened twice when we have a violent offender and a juvenile who was not held accountable. They were released. They weren't rehabilitated or whatever their path was. When it becomes a deadly force situation, the community would be in an uproar. One of my deputies, unfortunately, might be involved in a deadly force encounter.
Thank you for that answer. And while you didn't state it, we have to expand our facilities to be able to not only keep criminals behind bars for public safety reasons, but even to rehabilitate when possible. And I think that's part of the conversation when you talk about juveniles is, we hear, well, you can't do that to a child. Well, the child just ended someone's life. And how does a child, especially like a 7-year-old or a 10-year-old, at that point in life, what is happening in their world to get them to a point where they're committing murder or these violent crimes over and over again? So it is a crisis. And I thank you all for being part of this conversation, because if we don't find solutions, morale, public safety is just going to continue to decline.
And might I add, to give you another example, the juvenile detention center here in Albuquerque was never to hold an 18-year-old for 365 days for homicide. I believe there's a great facility. I can't remember what it's called, in Las Cruces, New Mexico. We had some senators go down and visit, and I did get a report back. And those children that were there being rehabilitated for a lesser crime or even a higher crime, and without the family structure, they didn't want to leave because they had food, they had an education, they had everything they have. So to answer your question, which I apologize for not answering in reference to expanding a facility, yes, but that would go on both sides for rehabilitation, but also somewhere for the most heinous offenders that are approaching the age of 18. Because if we don't do that, we know that the younger age will assimilate to a prison culture, and then we're failing ourselves all over again. That needs to be bifurcated to make sure that we're not only rehabilitating, holding people accountable, and also holding people within the juvenile justice system until they are able to get in the community or wherever the judge decides, to make sure that they're not re-victimizing the community they live in.
For that, thank you, Madam Chair.
Good. Senator, we'll now go to Senator Brantley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you so much for all of your service. Thank you, Sheriff, for being here. The facility you just referenced was the John Paul Taylor Center. We had an opportunity to tour that facility. It's phenomenal. And when we left, what their cries were, keep them here longer. Because many of those children leave at the 1-year mark after committing heinous crimes. And just about that time where they feel like they're about to make a difference, they recognize that they're letting those children go and often returning to the exact same environment that they came from. And they just don't have them long enough to really put them on a different course correction. Sheriff, In your interview with Albuquerque Raw, you were quoted saying that New Mexico has a long history of coddling criminals. That culture has to end. Our laws, our court rules, and our practices must support victims and communities, not make excuses for the people who terrorize them. I could not agree more. And we have heard those pleas and cries from law enforcement officers all over the state. In fact, those same officers in leadership positions are often the greatest advocates and lobbyists up in Santa Fe, knocking on our doors, attending committees, begging for passage of some of the laws that come before us. I'm sure you're quite familiar with many of those meaningful laws. If I had to ask you what the top priority, one or two bills that have been introduced in recent time that is not passed that you are asking lawmakers to consider and pass. You've mentioned many things today, tools for judges, increased manpower, the juvenile crime rates. But what is a specific law that you would like to see us take action by passing?
A felon in possession of a firearm. And the reason I would say that is when I have to go to the feds, I've said it in the public, I've said it in the media, we need to mirror the federal system when it comes to felon in possession of a firearm. And the reason I say that is because folks with felon in possession of a firearm are over 90% the repeat violent offender that we've been talking about in law enforcement in the state of New Mexico. They are the actual drivers of crime. I have been told also that we have done 3, 4, 5 times an amendment to the felon in possession of a firearm. But the problem is the loopholes that you see, everyone will be afraid, specifically on my side in the Democratic aisle, to say mandatory sentencing. People freak out about that. I'm telling you, as the chief law enforcement over Bernalillo County, it will work. And the reason why I say that is if I take 2 people out of a community that are drivers of crime, felon in possession of a firearm, you will actually see the crime rate in that specific community go down, because those are the people that are branching. Those are the people that are narcotics trafficking. That needs to mirror the federal system. And the argument will be from other attorneys is that they're going to talk about double jeopardy. If we mirror the federal system, this will probably, I wouldn't say completely eliminate double jeopardy, but it will make the argument a little bit more difficult. That is something I'm looking at. The second, I know it's going to take a long time, but would be the juvenile crime bills. I know DA Bregman has mentioned 32 to 35 points. I've mentioned this to him before. If we could find 2 to 3 points we can all agree on, this is going to probably be a 3 or 4 year process. We're going to have arguments on 35 points. That is very difficult. There are arguments to the other points, but we need 2 or 3 things to make sure that the juveniles committing the most violent crimes are not let back to the same system of failure, being either CYFD or being going back to the family that has a culture of crime, and we know the recidivist will be high.
Thank you, Sheriff. I know that my co-chair has sponsored that felon possession bill. It will be brought back again, and we will champion that. And we look forward to having you in Santa Fe to express your concerns, your reason for support of that bill. And I can tell you that we need your support to make sure that the lawmakers who need to understand the importance of getting that bill across the finish line will have consequential, make differences in our community that we see immediately. So thank you guys for championing that.
Thank you, Senator. We'll go to Representative Chavez.
Thank you so much. Thank you for being here. And thank you for taking time with myself and the crime victims last week. We really appreciated it. I'm glad we're talking about some of these bills, and I did co-sponsor the felon in possession, and I just have a question. As an advocate, we've already worked and changed it twice since I've been advocating 10 years ago. But I think, and I want your feedback as far as district attorneys or judges, and it happens here especially, it is something that they use to please something else, and they throw away the felon in possession. So even though we have the law in the books, I lived through it. I know my fellow victims have lived through it. The felon in possession isn't used and the penalty isn't used because they will and deal and use it for plea deals that really is like a slap on the hand to victims and their families. Do you think that changing that, and maybe that's an explanation and making it mandatory, that we actually have to use it and not just use it to have plea deals?
I agree with you wholeheartedly. And one of the reasons I say that is because, yes, it is, we do see that a lot as a loophole as far as that charge being held out. When you talk again about mandatory sentences, it makes certain people cringe. So we can change the verbiage if it makes people feel more comfortable and go on the language of habitual offender. if we know that they're a driver of crime and we know that they're a repeat violent offender and they've been arrested specifically again, even with a firearm with narcotics, that should be a mandatory sentence that shouldn't be pled out to play the game with the loopholes within the criminal justice system. That sticks, and then you can play games with all the other charges. I've heard from different senators or representatives the same problem all over the state of New Mexico on what district attorneys are doing. It does need to be held mandatory, and that language does need to be changed.
Thank you so much for that. And I know you talked about bail reform, and hopefully we'll bring that back. I had 2 different versions, and it didn't even get heard in its committee, like we've said, because we are not responsible for what gets heard in committees, what bills are in front of the public. And I think that's very unfortunate. But the most important thing, I think, is when it comes to juveniles, juvenile crime. As Senator Brantley stated, we visited John Paul, which is the facility in Las Cruces. And like she said, they wanted to stay. And the people there knew that they didn't have juveniles there long enough to make a difference. And so I think that there should be minimum mandatory sentencing for juveniles. And I want to hear your thoughts on that, just because I know for me, one of Jaden's murderers, he was a shooter, he was the driver. He only spent a year at YDC here, and then he was let out. And now he's reoffending in another state. And to me, that's like a slap in the face. But what I heard from him, and I did have conversations, because I truly believe in rehabilitation, because they're going to be next to us in a movie theater or at a store, and we need to give them the programs. And he said he saw changes when he was at YDC from the directors there, from people that talk to him in the facilities, the people that work there. He saw there was another way because he didn't see that at home. And if we're not holding them there long enough, to me, I feel like you said, they're going to go back to that generational life of crime because that's all they know. And so what do you think, 1, will mandatory sentencing help for juveniles? Or 2, what other programs can us at the legislature help sponsor or push in the communities?
I believe when you're going on just as an account for homicide or the heinous crimes I spoke about, we know 365 days isn't going to help and rehabilitate anybody in terms of when it comes to juveniles. I would put in the language of rehabilitation mandates while you were in jail or in a juvenile detention center. I went to a SEND recovery 2 weeks ago, and I actually spoke to some repeat offenders who are actually doing better now that were addicted to narcotics. And I asked them, hey, are we going to rehabilitate everybody or keep everybody in jail? And I keep bringing up the Second Chance program that was at the Metropolitan Detention Center probably about 8-9 years ago. And that had benchmarks while you were still being held to make sure that when you come back out into the community, that you are rehabilitated. And those steps incur when you look at the program. Yes, you reach this step, you're not getting out yet, you need to reach another step, whether that be education or rehabilitation mandate. You have to hit some points to make sure you don't hit a point of failure before you're released or whatever the judge decides you to do. So yes, expansion of facilities, rehabilitation mandates, when you put that and you put it all together, it's a great stirring pot to make sure that someone comes out for success.
Okay, thank you so much. And I think that wraps it up. I just want to point out that at the facilities for our adult prisoners, they currently don't get those rehabilitation programs for the most violent criminals behind bars, which I don't think is fair because they're the ones that need to be rehabilitated the most. And so we really need to look at that as a body. Thank you.
We'll go to Senator Black.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sheriff, we're kind of running out of time, so I'm just going to ask you some quick questions if you can give me some quick answers. I would argue, and I'll tell you my argument after, but criminals don't wear uniforms, do they? So you can identify them?
Yeah.
Would you agree that maybe the public doesn't see it, but when your deputies and law enforcement puts on a uniform every day, they go into a combat environment?
Pretty much.
I agree with that as well. How many deputies are you authorized?
335.
Where are you now?
I'm at about 318. We will be 92 to 95% staffed in 3 months.
What's been the biggest limited factor of not being 100%?
Attrition. You have attrition with people retiring. You have it with terminations, people going on to doing another job. I believe we're in a better place at Bernalillo County Sheriff's Office to where the atmosphere and culture we have with technology and the support of our deputies, that's why we're getting closer to them.
Any legal liabilities against deputies cause attrition rates?
I have not seen that. I think you're pertaining to qualified immunity, but we have not heard from that specific.
Okay. Do you believe that deterrence, accountability, and rehabilitation are interrelated?
Yes,
Do you believe that you can focus on one and not the others and solve the problem?
we need to focus all on multitask.
I think you said this earlier. I'm just some quick points here. If you want to push those bills, I would ask you with your leadership to contact every single sheriff across the state to come up to those committee rooms and demand a hearing to get that done, whether Democrat or Republican. You guys got to show the uniform up there. And I think that's, and if I missed it, I apologize, but you got to do it to get things done because you carry a lot of weight and a lot of credibility. Federal partners, have you seen with Bernalillo County, your deputies increased attacks on law enforcement?
Ask that again, please.
Have you seen increased attacks or assaults on law enforcement here in New Mexico or specifically within your department?
Yes, we have.
What have you done about that?
We keep arresting them and rearresting them for the violent repeat offender that I've been talking about.
Rearresting them and rearresting them. That's not working, is it?
No, it is not.
Drug dealers. We're going to talk to our next presenter here. Do you believe drug dealers that kill people are murderers?
Absolutely.
Sheriff and deputies, thank you so much for your time. Thank you for your service. Please be safe and thank your families for us because, you know, when they kiss you and hug you going out the door, you just never know. So I'm very, very sensitive to that and the mission that you do every single day. And all of us up here have your back. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Just real briefly, I have just a couple questions or statement to make. Again, thank you for your presentation. Very informative. I especially love the questions of the, two priorities that you have, and this felon in possession of a firearm keeps coming up, and that is it really working? Is it really working? And I've always been of the opinion, Sheriff, that when you go to court and you are told that you're a felon and you're not supposed to have a gun, you're kind of taking that extra step when you go get that gun. Steal it is usually what happens. And I do believe, as Representative Chavez says, that it is a throwaway charge by prosecutors. I've seen it a jillion times. It was not something I did because I always believed that I wanted that on that record so that we could see immediately that this was somebody we needed to deal with. So I think that people are just thinking of it as increased penalties, but I also wonder if you believe it has something to do with prosecutors throwing the charge away, and you mentioned not a lot of accountability from the judicial system. And so if you just briefly address if you think you're having issues with accountability from the judicial system and even prosecutors.
No, I haven't specifically. I'd have to ask my deputies and go into a court of law for a specific case to say if it's a specific prosecutor or what district they're in. I do hear it from my deputies, specifically detectives in my homicide and violent crimes unit. What's pled out, what is going on in the different hearings before you're up to trial. I haven't heard or seen something consistent. I have heard from around the state and from other chiefs and sheriffs that I speak of that there are losing cases and losing the felon in possession of a firearm because it is pled out and then it's off the table. So again, what's going to happen on a second or third subsequent offense. That's why I'm so into mandatory sentencing. On the accountability side, it looks like I'm just attacking judges. That is not the case. I'm trying to bring attention and light to giving them tools. They can't speak for themselves. We all know that. But we also know that they can make some decisions on the tools the Supreme Court also adjusted. But if it was mandatory and gave them more tools to hold these people accountable, and we can't be afraid of saying people need to stay in jail. I'm getting a little tired of saying, hey, they had this problem in their life as they were coming up. We understand that. Again, we're not victim-centered. We completely push the victim to the side, and we're all about coddling the criminal that's there in front of us that has repeatedly done this over and over again, and they're either not rehabilitated nor murderers will not be rehabilitated. And they're going to repeat that offense over and over again. We need to make sure that it's stipulated in law that these are mandatory and habitual offender sentences.
And Sheriff, I also believe respectfully, I so much respect what law enforcement does, especially with my background. I believe there's a lot of laws out there that we need to be putting into effect to protect you guys more. Also, as you know, we had a lot go through the legislature that I carried, and I just don't feel it's right that I can, shoot Rachel here and I can shoot you while you're on duty and it's the exact same penalty. And it just doesn't make sense to me. And it amazes me that we cannot get legislation like that, or that you're considered enumerated victims so that you could have a notice of a hearing if you were shot. Things of that nature we need to really work on to protect you guys for what you do, because we so much appreciate it. I also would encourage you to come up to the legislature when those bills are being presented and talk to your Democrat leaders and say, this is what we want. You know, we're not feeling protected. And so any presence you have at the Roundhouse it makes such a huge difference in those committee rooms. So I know we're about 4 minutes past, so I just want to thank you for your presentation and showing up today and being a part of this process.
One more comment. We've been up there a lot.
Yeah.
We've been up there a lot, and if it's not me, it's someone from our staff that's a subject matter expert area. You will see us as we have been since I've taken a seat, but thank you for your time.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for everything you do. All right, so our next presenters, we're doing impact of drug trafficking and distribution. We've got Kelly Opp, Walter Bracken, and Joshua Price. And presenters, if you could keep it about 5 minutes, 5 to 7. We've got an hour, I believe, for this one, so we have a little more time for your presentation so that we could have plenty of time for questions. Thank you. And I'll let whoever wants to start first go. You want to tell us a little bit about what it is you do and you know, what you can kind of do an opening statement on whatever you'd like to talk about. Okay, thank you.
You're staring at me, so I guess I'm going first. I'm Walter Bracken, I own BMC Tactical. We have 2 locations here in Albuquerque, one in the South Valley, one not too far from here, off of Manal and Cardenas. I also have Bracken Motor Company, been around since the 60s, buy and sell cars. Because of where we operate, my staff and I witness criminal activity and drug-related behavior on a daily basis. On a typical day, we see vehicle break-ins, theft attempts, people using drugs openly, and individuals casing cars in the parking. For the past several years, this activity has increased significantly. It's more frequent, more aggressive, and more visible than it used to be. Drug activity is constant in our area. We regularly see hand-to-hand deals in broad daylight, people high on the sidewalk, individuals clearly transporting or distributing narcotics. This isn't hidden, it's part of a daily environment. This crime directly affects our operation. We have employees worry about their own vehicles being broken into. Customers have told us they feel unsafe walking from their cars to the store. We've had to make contact with vagrants who are clearly impaired or having an episode. This raises everyone's stress level and creates a situation where things can escalate quickly. We've definitely seen an increase in break-ins and theft attempts, and many of these incidents involve individuals who are clearly under the influence of hard drugs. This is a direct connection between fentanyl, meth, and property crime we see in the neighborhood. Because of the crime level, we've had to invest heavily in security. We've installed upgraded cameras, reinforced doors, increased exterior lighting, hardened walls and HVAC ducts, add expensive storage devices, and we monitor the parking lot constantly. My wife is continually looking at the cameras even after business hours. We added a gate and fence on the alley side of our building here on Manal. The lock has been cut repeatedly, and someone even drove a stolen car through the gate, causing major damage. We've had to cover all those repair costs ourselves. We've also had to train staff to recognize and respond to suspicious or threatening behavior. These are all costs most small businesses are not able to absorb, including our own. We report incidents regularly, including suspected trafficking or straw purchases, to law enforcement. The officers who respond are professional and want to help, but they're stretched extremely thin. Response times range from a few minutes to hours, depending on call volume. Even when arrests are made, we often see the same offenders back in the area almost immediately. We routinely hear from our customers who avoid the area unless they absolutely have to. Some won't come alone, Some avoid certain times of the day, and others tell us they're nervous just walking in the parking lot, and it's a small parking lot. This absolutely affects foot traffic and, of course, sales. From what we see daily, a large percentage of criminal activity is tied directly to fentanyl, meth, and other hard drugs. It is extremely rare for these incidents to involve someone who appears sober. We see a clear pattern in who's committing these crimes. Repeat offenders who cycle in and out of the system, individuals with obvious addiction issues, and groups working together to commit theft. Are our laws working? In my experience, current law enforcement practices are not adequate to protect small businesses in high crime areas. The system doesn't deter drug-driven crime. Offenders are released quickly, and the cycle repeats. Small businesses end up absorbing the financial and safety burden of a system that isn't functioning. Thank you for the opportunity to share our firsthand experience. Questions, provide answers to any questions you all have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bracken. Mr. Price?
Thank you very much for inviting us today. My name is Joshua Price. I'm an advocate in lots of different avenues. I've talked to several of y'all several times and lots of different reasons. The reason I'm here today is as a former Little League president. I was the president of a local Little League over off of Carlisle and Manal for 7 years. That was from when my kid was 5 years old in T-ball all the way up through when he aged out of the program. I became the president because we were in a situation where the league was basically becoming run down. I started lobbying and talking to many of y'all to gain money for the program so that we could start, bettering our facility, which is a city park, right? You'd think that the city would better their own facility. But what I saw in the time that I was there was we had minor vandalism in the beginning. We were calling, I would call, law enforcement almost on a daily basis to have somebody hopefully removed from the facility, although they were never caught. Basically, I removed them myself or scared them off. Then somewhere a couple years into my presidency, the Bernalillo County Health Office, about 200 yards up the hill from our league, started doing a free needle exchange. And all of a sudden, what we were finding one needle every once in a while, or possibly calling the fire department to have a sharps team come out, was overrun to where there were needles everywhere. And now on Saturdays, when we're starting games at 9 a.m., I was getting there at 5:30 or 6 o'clock in the morning to literally scour the entire field. And we would have a whole team of coaches out there every single day, making sure, because God forbid one of our kids were to come in contact with a needle. Now, at one point, I found somebody camping just on the other side of our fence. I went and approached them. They ran off. They go over into the drainage ditch right on the other side in between the highway and our facility, and they're gone. At that point, I started looking around and I found an entire milk crate filled with used needles. And that was the point where I just went, okay, this has got crazy. So I called the news, and I ended up on the news several times on multiple different channels. And they were like, well, why is this problem happening? They said, why don't you contact APD, crime prevention specialists? So we did. And we had somebody come out and they basically told us, well, it's the broken window theory. The nicer the place is, the less we're going to have this problem. And I'm like, well, okay. And they're like, well, why don't you contact the Bernalillo County Health Office? So I contacted them. I went up and I'm like, hey, can you guys help us out? I know that the needles are coming from right up the hill and coming right down into my facility. And now it's become more and more of a problem every single day. And they said, well, that's weird because we take in more needles than we give out. And I was like, that's weird. Did you see this milk crate that I have? Because, it doesn't make any sense that you're bringing in more than you're giving out. And the problem exacerbated when they started giving the free needles away. Now, that then turns into more vandalism, fires. I got over $600,000 from the legislature in capital outlay money because I was trying to go with that whole, let's fix the broken window. The nicer I can make the place look, the better the situation is. But all that money goes through Parks and Rec, which then decides how they're going to use it and what the best use of that money is, even though we've planned out and had contractors come out and got bids and all these different things. And basically what you end up with is a Connex box for a concession stand that should have cost us $30,000 that ended up costing $160,000, and a bunch of, ADA accessible walkways that didn't really solve the problem with the needles being in our facility. And to the point where, God forbid, it was so crazy. I was talking to my board and I told them that we need to teach the kids and teach the parents how to deal with the problem. And they were like, no, we can't do that. We'll lose all our kids. And all they're thinking is, if we point out the truth, everybody's going to run away. But the idea is, God forbid, one of those kids gets stuck by one of those needles. And we saw it in a Trisco Little League. While we were dealing with the same problem, they had a player literally slide into one and get pricked while they were practicing. So we couldn't allow this to happen. And I just wanted to tell you that, this is a true thing. You talk to legislators, you talk to city councilors, you talk to all these people, and they always go, everything's getting better, don't worry. But we don't really see it. And there are big problems that come with this. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Price. Mrs. Ox?
Thank you, sir.
A little closer to you. That's
Better.
Better, thanks.
Again, thank you for allowing me to include my son's voice today for this important conversation. My son is William Austin Burnett, and somewhere is a poster he had. He died at 25 years old. He was a kind-hearted, loving, incredibly sweet young man, and we were very close. He was the kind of person who befriended outcasts, went out of his way to help other people, and was very protective of those he loved. He was an excellent athlete, competing in baseball, golf, football, basketball, track and field, and ultimately his passion of rugby. He loved to paint and sketch. He wrote poetry, composed music, and he worked as a DJ part-time. He was always learning to play new instruments, and the keyboard was his favorite. One of his last jobs was at the North Fourth Art Center, where he was a caregiver and taught art and music to adults with mental and physical challenges. He loved his clients, and they adored him too. Things changed for Austin when, unfortunately, at the end of his junior year, I had to divorce his father. His senior year, he chose not to participate in sport. He walked on at St. Pius to play rugby since Steve did not have a team. He began to dabble with drugs. I knew he was smoking pot, and he later confessed that he was doing cocaine and had even tried meth. I was upset and concerned, and I told him so, but knowing that he would be going to the Marines soon, I was hoping it would be short-lived. Austin was so proud to become a United States Marine. And after a year in California and a year in Virginia, he was brought back to Kirtland to work in the armory. Having a steady paycheck and apartment, he was immediately surrounded by the crowd of friends that he left behind when he joined the Marines, and the drug use slowly began again. He failed a random drug test, testing positive for marijuana, and he was dismissed. The damage to his self-esteem and the shame that came along with having to tell people what happened took a big toll on him. The drugs escalated, meth, ketamine, huffing. Obviously, this lifestyle is conducive with so many other horrors. Many of his friends went to prison, overdosed, committed suicide, or were murdered. 3 drug dealers showed up at a Christmas party and shot the young man sitting next to my son, killing him. Austin's Marine training kicked in, and he was able to disarm one of the shooters, but his effort to resuscitate the man failed. He identified the 3 men to the police and testified against them in court, but he was guilt-ridden and deeply affected with PTSD. He felt deeper into drugs and his addiction. I think it was at this point he began using heroin. Austin never wanted to disappoint me or cause me any pain, and I'm sure that's why he worked so hard to keep his addiction hidden from me. He had a full-time job, his own apartment, vehicle, and a girlfriend. Then she overdosed and died, and he was devastated. A few weeks later, he came to my house and admitted that he was addicted to heroin and begged me to help him get clean. For 3 weeks, we clung tight to each other in my home while he detoxed. I cleaned up the projectile vomit, the nonstop diarrhea. I held him while he shook violently and screamed out loud, begging me to let him die. I spoon-fed him, I sobbed uncontrollably, and I begged God to help us. And he did get better, or so we thought. Before he left, he blocked all the friends and dealers from his social media. He found meetings and a sponsor, but the dealers in this city are relentless. They sat in the parking lot outside his job, constantly offering him free drugs. And the same friends that he always tried so hard to help wanted him to stay down with him as an addict. Within a few weeks, Austin reused and broke my heart. I was very naive and I didn't know much about heroin. I didn't know that it reprograms your brain to crave it from the very first time you use it. I didn't know how cheap it was or how widespread available it was. I did everything that I thought was right, and so did he. But he needed much bigger help than just his mom. He still desperately wanted to stop. So he chose to leave Albuquerque, hoping that getting away from all of the crowd and the dealers and the friends would help. He moved to Michigan, where his 3 older siblings, my previous stepchildren, lived. He was working at his brother's construction company, but he still struggled. He was running out of lies to tell, and he decided to check himself into a rehab facility there. It concentrated on giving him the tools that he needed to maintain a sober life, and he did just that. He submerged himself in support meetings, even running some of them. He worked diligently supporting other addicts and sharing his story. He dedicated himself to regaining his health by going to the gym consistently. He worked long, hard hours, and he loved it. He repaired relationships and filled his free time with reading, art, and composing music. My son held his head high again. After almost a year of sobriety, Governor Whitmer of Michigan imposed a complete lockdown because of COVID. She put my son in forced isolation with absolutely no regard for his well-being. No more meetings, work, gym, family, friends, and tons of money going into his bank account. A so-called friend and sobriety partner came over with alcohol and weed. Austin could never handle alcohol. He became very depressed. And that day he did too. When he realized he had gone too far, he asked her not to leave him alone. But she left, and fearful that someone would find out she broke her sobriety, she chose not to call my son's sponsor. Within a very short time, he contacted a dealer and purchased heroin. Unfortunately for my son, it was 100% fentanyl. It was smuggled in by the Sinaloa cartel through the wide-open Canadian border in Detroit. Austin died alone in his apartment, sitting on his couch with his headphones on, listening to music. More than anything in the world, my son wanted the life that he had always dreamed of, to be a husband and father, to make a difference in his community by helping others. He would never, ever have wanted to put me through this pain. But in his death, I try to find strength to continue this fight for him. Someone asked me what advice I would give to a parent who finds themselves now in this position. And the only thing I can say is that I wish I would have asked for help. The stigma of addiction is so intense. And it's not really that I cared what anybody thought about me as a parent, but as a mom, I still wanted to protect my son. And I didn't want people to judge him. So I told no one, and he told no one, and we tried to deal with it alone. If we could remove the stigma and approach addiction the same way we would if our child was diagnosed with cancer, rallying the powerful support of family and friends, professionals, and other addicts in recovery, that support system could be so helpful. When your child dies this way, a parent could go crazy with the "I wish I would have." and all the what ifs. Unfortunately, I cannot change what happened to my son and our family, but it's my sincere hope that by speaking out, someone somewhere might be spared this pain. When arrested traffickers and dealers are put back on the street, it's not like they change their career paths. When low-level street dealers get leniency because of their own addictions, our system robs them of a real chance to make the critical changes needed in their lives. And because they are the ones directly handing this poison to our children, it's a major punch in the gut to families who have to watch them walk away scot-free after our children have been buried. Clearly, I don't have all the answers, but through Keep Them Alive and other organizations, and in solidarity with the millions of my fellow bereaved families across the nation, I will continue to share my son's story in hopes none of you or anyone else has to. Thank you.
Thank you for your story. We appreciate that. We have Senator Bison.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First off, Ms. Opp, I'm so sorry. Thanks for making me go first here. It's horrible. And what you're talking about, actually, what all three of you have touched on is that here in New Mexico, especially so close to the border, with the cartel activity that we know we have rampant in our communities, we lack the leadership and desire. We do not lack the money and the resources to make a dent, a huge dent. Again, it's the lack of leadership and desire to make the changes that need to happen. We shouldn't have to hear stories like this. It's horrific. We know all the statistics. We know what these drugs do and how it tears apart families and lives. And Mr. Bracken, as a business coach and a business owner myself, I mean, I wanted to ask you, what are the hard and soft costs of what you described of the employee morale, maybe loss of employees, the loss of potential sales? How has it really affected the bottom line in pure dollars of your business?
It affects pretty good. My employees can never let their guard. We've had to go to a buzz in, buzz out policy. We can't just have the front door because of all the people that walk in. Sometimes I wake up in the night, just think, what are we gonna roll up? What are we gonna have to clean up? Talking about needles. I leased a location that's there on the mall. And recently I got up on the roof of the first night. That's when I discovered that the neighborhood likes to use it as the roof as a repository for dirty needles. So I'll have to get up there. We've had several fires next to our building. We got a fire. So it's time coming when we have a major disaster. So everything we've had to do around that, make sure there's no vegetation around. Like we have zero lands. That way there's no place for that to start or people to hide or to throw needles or have human. I've contracted with a security company that they provide an officer there. That costs every month. That's a lot higher than regular. I was talking earlier about the display case. It's a huge cost. Really slowed my expansion. Having all these steps that years ago you just didn't have.
Mr. Bracken, can you, I mean, I'm sure it's a guesstimate, right? But I mean, I know business owners that I'm personally friends with who spend literally tens of thousands of dollars a year here in Albuquerque just cleaning up after what you've just described. What do you think it costs you a year to just maintain?
Well, between maintenance and upgrades, it's easy to meet up. Like for a small business, it hit to the bottom line, especially in today's market.
Yeah, that's a massive hit. I think we've been put in the position, I'll be as bold to say statewide, but definitely here in Albuquerque, where the law abiding are the ones left responsible. And our leadership here in Albuquerque, and I don't know if I should even be calling it leadership at this point when it comes to crime, we are the ones that are the problem. We are the ones holding the bag, whether it's figuring out how to help a loved one who's now addicted to horrific drugs, or, you know what, cleaning up after the needles and making sure kids are safe, or that you can even run a business. We're the ones that are responsible and continuously victimized by leadership. And that's where I hope on this committee, we can start coming up with some solutions and get enough voices up to the roundhouse in January to help make some real change in our day-to-day lives. So I thank all three of you for being here, touching stories. And we have to demand change. And now it can't be 5 years down the road. Thank you all so much.
Thank you, Senator Representative Chavez.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Ms. For your statement, and I'm so sorry for your loss. I think, I 100% agree with avoiding the stigma. I unfortunately had to bury my nephew 3 years ago from a fentanyl overdose. And it was something that he and his parents were hiding from the public. When they found his body, there was a lot of Narcan, a bunch that had been used. So clearly it was a secret, and I wish I didn't even know about your organization. So I hope that, again, we as a body help really fund these, or even, we're at the APS school building. I wish, back in the day we used to have DARE, and people laugh at that now, but it really educated us. And now we should be educating our students on fentanyl overdose and gun violence and guns in general and crime, and instead of just keeping it a secret. And so I think you're absolutely right in that regard. So I do appreciate your statements today and your story. Mr. Bracken, I know they covered the questions regarding loss of community members not wanting to go to your store because they feel unsafe, the repeat offenders, the damage. But I know in your statement you also said you don't think that the laws are working as they are written today, or that they could be better. Which laws do you think could be better, or what one piece of legislation, if it was on your wish list, would you bring forward?
Well,
Excuse me for interrupting, but we're having some problems picking up the sound. So if you guys can make sure that you pull those mics up for us. Okay, thank you. No,
my
not your-
voice doesn't travel very well.
no, thank you.
To beat a dead horse, bail reform seems to be on the top of a lot of it, because these people are getting out. I have compassion for them. They obviously need help, but turning them back out on the street is definitely not the solution. That'd probably be the biggest thing.
Thank you so much. Yes, I agree. We really need to help people that need the help in order to create accountability. Those are all the questions I had. Thank you.
We have Senator Block.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Bracken, let me start with you. You talked about a lot of criminal activity around your business. Have you reported every single criminal activity to the police department?
No, there's no way.
Okay.
There's no way.
And I think you or Mr. Price said it. You talked about everyone sees this, but you're told something different. And I appreciate your honesty, because it's an election year here in Albuquerque, and we're told and we're being fed lies that crime is getting better in Albuquerque. And I've argued repeatedly that no, it's not. We all see it. And I would even argue that we're not reporting a lot of the crime because, as you said, as a business owner, it's taking sometimes hours for the police to show up. And this is not a ding on the police at all, because we love the police and they're busy doing everything they can. But when you have open air drug use, you have needles around your business, on your roof, fires next to your business, break-ins, and you have spent, I would argue, as a small business owner myself now, I would argue you probably spent tens of thousands of dollars of making your business hardened against criminal activity. Is that fair?
That's fair. I mean, it's a daily thing. Did you ever stand on top?
Got it. And Senator Tobiasen was hitting on it, and I want to just go a little deeper here. Have your insurance rates increased with all the activity around your facility?
Yes, our insurance rates are significantly higher than they were.
Does this criminal activity affect the costs of running business where those costs may be passed on to the consumer and the customer?
Yeah.
And have you seen, when did you open up your business?
This location we opened up in 2022.
Are you seeing a drop off in people? Well, that's kind of tough to say because that was during COVID. So it was like ridiculous, stupid rules in COVID. But are you seeing a drop in people coming through the door that are law abiding, by the way?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Bracken. Mr. Price, do you think it's important? The kids learn a lot from being in sports. Do they learn leadership?
Yes, sir.
Do they learn teamwork?
Yes, sir.
They learn fitness.
Yes, sir.
Is that important for a young child?
That's why we did everything that we did.
Got it.
The idea is the better situation and the better facility and the better group of caring individuals that we could have around the kids is gonna.
Got it. Thank you. And I appreciate what you do there, playing Little League. I was a baseball player growing up, so hopefully you're a Red Sox fan. Have you seen or heard from parents that are saying, you know what, I'm not going to risk my kid, my son or daughter playing baseball because of this epidemic of dirty needles around?
Yes, sir. At our height, I had 19 teams, all different ages. Now we're routinely have about 5 or 6 total. And what we were told, like I just want to add, we had called the APD crime prevention specialist. And when I asked them pointedly why we don't have a regular patrol that just goes through, they said that our field, because it's off the main road, is a gray area. And they statistically put their officers where they're needed based off of volume of calls.
Are you reporting every single crime that you or other parents witness, or is there a lot that's unreported?
I started a policy of call every day. I asked all of our parents I wanted to change that gray area into a hotspot where APD knew that they were supposed to be there.
Did it become a hotspot?
No.
Okay. Mr. Price, thank you for everything you do there. And let's hope these kids, can play ball safe. Ms. Opp, I don't even know where to begin with you. You and I have met before. I know Austin's story in very detailed because we have talked about this in my office, and awful. Let me ask you this. First of all, what a good looking kid.
Yeah, it was amazing.
Yep. Just a beautiful young man. Do you believe that, and I asked the sheriff this question, and I don't know if you were in here for, but I asked it for you. Do you believe drug dealers are murderers?
Yes.
That was for you. In many families like yours, all families like yours that have lost friends and family because of drug dealers. And then those drug dealers go right back out on the street and do it again, and they kill more people. These people can't be rehabilitated in my mind. They're murderers and they need to be locked away for life. Quite frankly, and I believe they don't deserve life because they took your son away. Kelly, do you believe that marijuana is a gateway drug that leads to harder drugs?
I do.
Why?
I think because the marijuana use becomes casual and they think it's no big deal, and yet they're looking for something a little bit more. And then that leads to something that's a little bit more. And there's a precedent that through using marijuana that kind of tells kids, drugs are safe. drugs are okay because we're all smoking weed and that's, but unfortunately now, we see that the cartel is lacing marijuana with fentanyl.
To get people hooked
Yeah,
or
well,
and also killing them. And I would argue, and I know this, the other side doesn't want to seem to talk about this, but marijuana today is completely different than it was when you and I were growing up in the 1980s. Completely different. It's mutated. It's higher contents of THC. It's addictive, and it leads to other problems. And when you look at Colorado, many law enforcement people in Colorado absolutely hate the legalization of recreational marijuana because of the problems it has led to and the amount of money it has cost the state versus the supposed revenue it was going to bring in. And we're seeing that problem here in New Mexico as well. Ms. Opp, if there could be one bill that could give you a little bit of peace in regards to what happened to your beautiful son, what would that bill be?
so the person that murdered my son never paid any price. It was arrested and let out to give higher up. And the frustrating thing about that is that the low-level drug dealers are the ones that are actually killing our kids, and there's no punishment. And so for me, I truly believe that if we don't bring in laws that make this a felony and that put people in jail for mandatory, time, that we can dissuade that activity as best we can. There's always going to be drug use. There's always going to be drug dealers. But if we don't do anything with any kind of serious nature, we're not dissuading anybody.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. And I gave you my word, I would put a bill in that I'm working with Denise right there and Dennis back there that they know about to make sure that that we don't have any more families that lose William Austin Bennett again. Because I can only imagine what type of life he would have had if he didn't have drugs just pummeled on him and Austin making those bad choices. And a lot of people make those bad choices and they can't get out of that. And it's near and dear to my heart because my mother was a drug addict that I had to watch as a kid of her do drugs in front of me and watch her go through very troubling times. That's affected me. So
To the addict, my son was an addict. But I do believe that people who are incarcerated and given good opportunities while they were in prison to better themselves, get healthy, to figure out, other means of how they want to live their life.
exactly. And I'll close it out by saying what I told the sheriff, that deterrence, accountability, and rehabilitation, if we can work on those three things, we're going to have a better society. And if we can get rid of these damn drugs that are destroying this country, this is the highest. More Americans die the age between 18 and 44 because of drugs. And the border is shut down now, and we're blowing boats out of the water, which is a good thing. And I love watching them lose their lives because I'd rather have them lose their lives than our young family members and friends that are losing their life over this poison invading our country. So we're going to work on this together. I hope that law enforcement and you and other advocates like New Mexico Alive can come up to the roundhouse and lobby these committee chairs to get off their asses and actually do something to make New Mexico better. Because we don't need any more tragedies like Austin. Thank you, Kelly. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You, Senator, we'll now go to Representative Martinez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have one question for each of you very quickly. Mr. Bracken, it's very difficult to put a cost on the morale and safety of your employees because if as a business owner, you start to see them as your family.
Oh, for sure.
So the innumerable cost on their welfare is something that people don't think about. People who don't sign the front of that check really understand. And the problem is, in Santa Fe, we don't care. We don't care what it costs the small business owner. So I hope that we're able to change the policy to become more supportive of small business. Because I've always said, small business is the backbone of any economy. You talked about the cost of security. What is that number annually?
Well, I'm trying to amortize it out, but on a cheap year, it's over 10,000 because I'm continually having to.
That's unfortunate. That's an additional cost that small businesses in this town undertake.
That's just at that one location.
It's horrible. And we really need to think as policymakers how our actions affect real people like business owners. And I appreciate, you providing jobs and security for your employees. It's a tough thing.
We treat them like family.
And it's hard to put a cost on that when you see the fear in your employees when they have to leave work, looking both ways, just to make sure that there's nothing going on in the parking lot.
They don't leave by themselves. Like they go either, as a 2-man or everyone leaves together.
So it's horrible, but I do appreciate the small business owner because, like I said, that small business is the backbone of any economy. Mr. Price, I feel for you for what you went through. I had the Little League in the South Valley in the mid-90s, and it was horrible. When we took over, in those days, it was beer bottles and whiskey bottles all over the place. But we created a partnership with the sheriff's department where their presence was encouraged, not only during the games, but when we weren't there. But I do know what it's like to have to be there at 6 o'clock in the morning on Saturday to make sure that it's cleaned up. I'm very supportive of law enforcement officers, and I realize a lot of this comes from leadership, those directions at the top. But what would law enforcement tell you when they'd show up to these goals?
Well, I want to preface with, we did have some very caring police officers. There was a period of time where a narcotics unit actually used to come down and they would basically run drills, and the Bernalillo County Sheriff's Department started bringing their drug dogs down, and the first day I found them on the field, I was shocked and scared that something had happened, and it turns out that they were just practicing. And it was because that they had heard that that was the place that they could go and they could find things. What was really disheartening is the response time made it to where they never really caught anyone. We would show up, there would be somebody camped out in a dugout or, God forbid, broken into a building, and they would run, and it's so complicated. And the city council used to tell me, why don't we move your field? And it was like, well, where are we going to move? We couldn't find a place in Albuquerque with that much acreage that didn't have the same problems that we had. And that's what we kept being told was, well, you're in a location where it's hard to protect because those criminals can get away so easily. They literally just go over a hill, go into a drainage ditch, and they can be in 100 different parts of the city in a very short amount of time. And because of response time, the officers would show up, they'd walk around, they'd talk to us, and basically it would be, okay, well, call us again next time.
Yeah, the problem is that the rank and file police officer wants to do their job. They want additional officers on the street to be able to cut down on the I've talked to law enforcement officers whose list of calls, I mean, is ridiculous. It's going to take their entire shift just to get to the calls that are on the screen at that moment. But I appreciate the leadership that you and other families of these athletes have to put in on a daily basis, not only during the games. It's a daily basis. It's a daily fight, even in the off season. So I appreciate what you did. Miss Opp, I want to tell you that silence kills, and families of addicts need to understand that. When my career was in veteran services, and we constantly fought the stigma of PTSD, people would not seek treatment because they didn't want anybody to know that they were struggling. Fighting that stigma has to be top priority for these families. They have to know that reaching out for help is the strongest and most compassionate thing they could do for their family members. So I encourage you to keep your voice being heard. My heart broke during your story because there's so many families that have this story. But I would encourage you to keep working, to keep your voice heard, to let people know that silence kills. Reaching out for help is the best thing they can do for that family member. Because unless you're a professional, sitting there doing what you did, most people could not do that. So they need to reach out. How far is the reach, and exactly what does your organization do?
So, Keeping Them Alive is an organization that several moms started, myself being one of the original members, about 4 years ago. And basically, we partnered with the county through an affiliation with one of the moms who worked at the county. And then we began to partner with about 90 other organizations, the DEA, law enforcement, rehab facilities, medical professional, legal, all that kind of stuff. So as volunteers, I go in and I speak in the high schools and the junior highs. I would very much like to be able to speak in front of fifth graders. I think it is absolutely ridiculous that a fifth grader is sent to middle school with absolutely no understanding of how they might be poisoned and die. We also have a pretty extensive website, keepingthemalive.org, that we work very hard putting together. And so the information is there. We've done, I table probably hundreds and hundreds of events for NMAA, for the athletic championship and that sort of thing. And basically, we just pass out information. But the biggest thing is they see my son, they see me. I'm very honest. I have never not been completely honest about his story because I agree. And I think one of the more practical things that we're not doing through an advertising type campaign, we're putting the message out there, fentanyl kills, right? Well, everybody knows that now. If you're addicted, there's hope. Well, what is that? I mean, great, there's hope, but it's not practical step. And I think through the awareness and education, we really need to make something that's directed to loved ones that says, in a very brief format, in a TV spot, in radio, on the internet, that says, if your child comes to you, this is the first thing you need to do. Educating families on the fact that most addicts now need medically assisted detox and sobriety. as a parent, I didn't want to substitute one drug for another because I was so stupid. I just didn't know. And there really is, it's very, very unlikely that you would get clean without medically assisted detox and the transition period. But parents need to be educated about that. And they need to know, like, here's the first 4 or 5 things that you need to do right now. And it should be all over the TV. It should be all over, the radio and billboards. And we've done so much to keep them alive. But we need to take it further. And so that's where I'm at now.
I hope that educational leaders listen to you, because I agree. The younger we catch these kids and tell them about the dangers of these drugs that, these gummies look like candy.
Right.
And it horrifies me to hear that sometimes there's 2 and 3-year-olds that are going to the hospital because they ingested something that their parents or whoever was around thought, well, this isn't harmful. It just chills me out a little bit. But to a 2-year-old body, it could be fatal. So keep up the hard work. Thank you for what you do. And we need to figure out how to get the word out to these families that it's not embarrassing to reach out for help. It's the strongest thing you can do for your loved one. Thank you.
Great, Senator Brantley.
Miss Opp, your son was poisoned and eventually murdered, and there is no shame in that at all. There is no blame in that. In fact, the blame falls on lawmakers. For several years now, I've carried legislation that would require first-degree murder charges for the distribution of fentanyl resulting in death. And I've worked on that bill with a team of experts, with lawmakers, and we are ready to go. And I will tell you that in 5 years, not including all the specials, I've never had an opportunity to present that bill. And Democrat lawmakers have been very clear that it will never be heard. They will never hear that bill. We will never even consider that, even for a committee to be voted down. We will never have an opportunity to present that bill. And that is because elections have consequences. Thank you for sharing your story today. Mr. Bracken, thank you also for being here. You're not just a small business owner, like so many in Albuquerque, but if I understand this correct, you own a firearms and tactical group. Is that correct?
Correct.
The audacity, the audacity of criminals. I think that if we just take a moment to consider that, there is a good chance that 9 out of 10 of every person walking out of your building is carrying a firearm and knows how to defend themselves and their property. And the audacity that these criminals, who clearly understand the criminal process, but are confident that they know how to navigate the system, would even spend time in your parking lot, should just blow everyone's mind here.
Or come inside.
Or come inside, for that matter. And it may, I'm just blown away here listening to your stories, because it resembles so much and echoes the cries of so many small business owners. But this is coming from a gun store owner here today, and we refuse to take action. Thank you for sharing this story, reminding us that nobody is immune. No business here is immune from the crime of Albuquerque. And Mr. Price, for all of your work and efforts to try to improve the quality of life here in Albuquerque that seem to fall on deaf ears. For all of you who seem to be resident here in the Albuquerque area, I just recently read about this new order that was adopted just weeks ago by your Bernalillo County Commission, the Safer Communities Places. Now, it seems that the objective is to target really federal immigration enforcement efforts, or to hinder those efforts. But what it's done is it has created and amplified safe spaces in Albuquerque for criminals. Just weeks ago, this was passed. In blatant disrespect of the efforts that your sheriff was trying to do by cooperating with law enforcement to crack down on crime. Your local leaders just adopted additional policies that would make it harder to fight crime in Albuquerque. And all I can say is, once again, elections at the local level and at the state level have consequences. And so for every one of maybe not soccer moms, but baseball moms who need to hear this, your vote matters and your voice matters. So until we come up for an election to vote, we need your voice this coming January in Santa Fe, and we need your vote in November. And I am at the point where I think that is where I'm at to see the first time we're actually going to see meaningful differences is elect new leaders, whether they're Republicans or Democrats or independents who wants to put New Mexico first. Thank you guys for being here.
Okay, thank you guys for your presentations. It's very eye-opening to have presentations from community, the people involved in the community and what you're actually facing. I will say, Ms. Opp, thank you for sharing your story and continuing to take a tragedy and make something, you know, a message out of it or try to make things better. I do remember when my first daughter went off to college, she was in her dorms and she said that two girls, 18 years old, bought a Xanax off the street and both were laced with fentanyl and one of them died. Their first day of college, 18 years old. I think if I remember the statistics correctly, at the last legislature, more people are dying from fentanyl overdoses and gunshot wounds. And that's a very, very scary thing. I myself, like my co-chair, we tried to sponsor legislation in the House for mandatory penalties for fentanyl, and the Democrats passed a watered-down version of a discretionary enhancement. I think it was 3 years, if I'm not mistaken, if fentanyl was involved. And again, I mean, we need mandatory time. We are dealing with a crisis. We are dealing with a killer. This is something that we need to address. And I apologize that we could not get that done. And we're definitely trying, and they don't want to hear it. I don't even think they heard ours. Did they? No, they did not hear ours either. And so, you know, again, I echo what my co-colleague said, and my colleague said here about we're really going to try to fix this fentanyl thing. And to you, Mr. Bracken, you know, I appreciate that you're here. That blows my mind on the gun thing also. And also, Mr. Price, the fact that you take that upon yourself to really get out there and take care of this problem and try to help these kids so they can do sports. It's amazing to have community members here to let the public know, you know, that you're interested and you're wanting to fix these things. And when you show up to something like this or show up to Santa Fe and advocate for, you know, better crime laws, it really benefits New Mexico. And we really appreciate your support coming out today.
Well, and Madam Chair, one thing I'd like to say is I really appreciate everyone up here on this panel giving us a voice. My legislators, they will not talk. Where I live, I've called them repeatedly. I've stopped by their office during session. They won't return my calls. They won't return my email.
Well, that's what we're hoping this task force will do, is allow more community involvement so that we can hear from people like you. Yeah. No matter what district you're from, we want to hear what the issues are so we can try to we can make legislation that hopefully can, you know, impact and go to your legislators and tell them this is what you want and confront them about it.
Representatives represent us that way.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but thank you guys so much for coming today and participating in our panel. We really appreciate it. Okay, thank you. All right, so we're gonna move on to the next one. Challenges in preventing drug trafficking and distribution. Sorry. We're gonna have Rahul Buhanda. He's a retired FBI special agent in charge. Rudy Mora, retired New Mexico State Police, and Rob Hart from the Second Judicial District Attorney's Office. And if you guys can we have an hour for this, but if you could keep like your kind of opening statements to about 5 to 7 minutes so that we have time for lots of questions, that would be appreciated. And if you can make sure the mics are pulled up when you speak so we can get a good recording. Thank you. We'll go ahead and start with you, Mr. Behonda, if that's all right.
Sure. Can you guys hear me okay? All right, well, I think we're still in the morning time, right? Well, thank you for getting me out of my home. I work from home most of these days, so just being out in public, that's always a plus. Especially when we start talking about topics that I spent my career in law enforcement, not only with the FBI, but also previously with immigration, really concerned about. And I think one of the biggest things that I did when I first started here working with the FBI 4 years ago in 2021 when we moved here is I knew this border. I grew up in El Paso, Texas. New Mexico was not something that was foreign to me. It was the reason why we wanted to come here because we understood what the geography was about. They understood that I could go into a community where that I could represent because a lot of the folks that live in this neighborhood and these communities look a lot like me. I did want it just to, because I always heard about the openness of the border, more especially when we were talking about drug trafficking specifically. My career has primarily been focused on drug trafficking, whether it's here in New Mexico or before in El Paso or in different places from West Virginia all the way to Portland, Oregon. So you get to see law enforcement in different lights, and you get to see what it is that you see that is common when it comes to law enforcement and overall what are the differences. And I'll break it down to two things. First, when I took my tour of the border just to see, mainly focusing on the area of Santa Teresa and just the openness of our side of the border with the limited resources that we have in New Mexico, that was a challenge. That's challenge number one. And the biggest challenge that we have is more so on the people just being able to walk over. You know, we always talk about alien smuggling. People can just walk over the border. You don't need to be smuggled. We can just wait till Border Patrol has to have a shift or when the helicopter's not available. People see it. They're watching you. They were watching us when we were at the border. We were closer to that border than we are from your city and me sitting here far for you. That's how close the border is. Openness. Right now we have more of a border between us than we actually have there. And they're just watching and they're on their phones, they're looking to see when it is that we were left so that they can go ahead and tell people to go over. So what comes over? You got people and you have drugs coming over. Fentanyl has kind of changed the landscape drastically, and it's changed it because it's so easy to break. It's so easy to make, and Mexico, the country of Mexico, is very good at it. The drug trafficking organizations evolved to what it is that our needs are. In 2023, I traveled to the city of Mexico, some Mexico DF, and met with them and their attorney general at the time and their version of the FBI as well. And it's always the same thing when it comes to the leadership parts of things. So you have a leader that's always going to be wanting to do something good and make sure that we are doing well for our communities and the law enforcement agencies that we serve. And then you always got the other type of law enforcement leadership, which is a manipulator, someone that's in it more to make themselves look good so they can get the next thing. And you see that across the country, you see it in other countries. And that's what I saw. When we were talking about drugs and what they can do to help kind of curb some of the infiltration of drugs into the border, specifically into New Mexico, the first thing they said to me, we don't have a drug problem, you have a drug usage problem. You guys have a gun problem and you got to stop sending us your guns. You stop sending us your guns and maybe we'll try to do something about the drug distribution to try to take that seriously. They attribute their deaths and their increase in deaths to all the guns that they get from the United States. And yes, that is a problem. But to focus it on one thing and not take it into account as to the overall, that is just short-sightedness. And this is at country level. So I think the first thing that you got to understand when it comes to drug trafficking, and this is from my 27 years of doing this, and these gentlemen might have some different opinions on it, but it's something that we've lost a long time ago, and it's okay. We got to accept that we lost the war on drugs many years ago, and then accept that we can do things to try to curb it. But if we're still thinking we're winning something, then we are fooling ourselves. Tell you a story. It's a short story because I know you got a short time period on this. And we'll say about 30 years ago, there was a huge, it was actually a shipment that was coming in of cocaine at the time. So that kind of puts it in the context of the time frame in itself. That was coming into New Mexico and to Texas. It was seized at the border, was a part of a big operation that was done. Very successful, very successful. Those individuals that were there, rightfully so, had the press conference after the big takedown. They stood side by side, shoulder to shoulder, talked about how the prosecution team, talked about how their law enforcement partners did everything that they possibly could to stop this operation, how they had impacted and done such a great thing. And then they took the time that they needed to be back with their families because they had done a great operation and they had spent hours and hours. And they took a break, a much needed break. There might have even been some politicians there that took credit for the whole operation, not taking a shot anymore. But I mean, that's the level of operation that this was and how successful it was. Go back into a room in Anapra, right on the other side of New Mexico, in a room that barely had electricity. In that room is a group of men around a table around midnight having a discussion about the same thing, that same operation. They weren't looking at it as a huge failure. They weren't looking at it from the great success of law enforcement on the other side of the United States and all the things that were happening. They were learning from talking about strategies, doing their after action as to what it is that they can do differently. What is it that they can do so that that doesn't happen again? And they did that every day consistently. They never taken a day off. They will never stop looking for new strategies. This wasn't a setback for them. No victory was lost. No victory was won on either side. They continue. That level of persistence is something that we are against. And if we think we have that same type of commitment, we don't. We're just built differently. We're structured differently. So that flow of drugs is never going to stop. That was 10-year-old me sitting on the floor of that table watching these men come and go every single day. Some day you saw more men come in, other days you saw other men leave. They knew how to be persistent at their craft. Their craft is every single day. Their craft is violent. They'll do whatever it takes to make sure that they continue to be more successful than not, to have more wins than losses. That is the dynamic of what we're up against. So the landscape might have changed, and maybe now we're talking about fentanyl. We're not talking as much about cocaine, even though cocaine is still coming across this border. But that's one of the biggest challenges. The persistency to be able to come at us is never going to stop or affect. We got to go ahead and accept that this war has been lost, but we now need to take the steps to be able to impact and be positively in our communities. Before I even started in law enforcement, I was an educator. I was a fifth grade teacher, and sometimes I think that the best thing that we can do is start talking to our young. There is no consequences anymore for our children. They are the ones that are selling the drugs. They are the ones that are causing the most violent crimes. Because the days of going against someone that did you wrong and you're going to go and meet them after school and pick a fight with them, those are gone. Somewhere in that psychic of what it is that these kids think nowadays is, well, I'll just take a gun and I'll go shoot them. And maybe when I shoot them, I'll shoot others on top of that. Mom, dad, family structure, whatever it is, has been broken and lost. There's no consequences. They don't respect their parents, much less they're going to respect law enforcement. That's where it needs to start. We need to go ahead and start focusing on them and tell them what it is that consequences mean and show them what consequences can actually be. Because we continue down the path that we're going, then we're just going to continue. Before it was a problem where you had a DARE program and you could focus on talking to college students and talking to high school students. We got to be in elementary schools, and unfortunately we're not. So we're not getting them ready to be able to help us into these challenges. Intelligence has to increase and be across all boards. We'll all stand together in a press conference and say we all worked well together and did the right things. The reality is every single day we're competing with every single agency that's out there. Why? Because you got two types of leadership, like I said, those that think about themselves and those that think about others. And unfortunately, if we're going to be successful, we need to have them both at the table. It's okay if I understand that you only care about what it is at your next promotion, your next big thing, or your next election. That's fine. But we have to be able to do the right thing consistently. We have to have a strategy that doesn't just end within the walls of our own buildings, but goes actually into the state of New Mexico. And that part is difficult. I saw that in 4 years. That I have great partnerships and I can reach the phone and all these gentlemen would come and help me during those bad times, those bad situations that are happening. But the reality is that the one strategy to be able to address the issue doesn't exist. Hasn't existed. And it's not just here. Like I said, I've been in Oregon, I've been in West Virginia, I've been in Oklahoma, I've been in DC, and I've been in El Paso. It's the same everywhere. We work well together, but on a daily basis, we don't work together. And the last thing that I'll say on is you have groups here like HIDA that are trying to do that really just kind of separate themselves. They have the whole Cellbrite program that they started a few months back. And that's just literally trying to connect investigators to each other and say, hey, you're both looking at the same drug trafficking organization. You might want to have some conversations with each other and talk to each other. I know that sounds simple, but it's more complicated than we think. Here's an example. That's one example of how we can show success. And here's another negative example, but also to say that we can do this together if we work together. This whole nonsense with immigration and going after innocent individuals. I'm all for going after violent criminals that are causing crimes within our communities. When we're going after innocent individuals, I have an issue with that. That's probably a good reason why I retired, because I would not have been able to do that in this state in my role. But I'll say this one thing. What it has shown is if you force law enforcement to do the one thing, we can do it. You've seen it across the country. Those numbers, when it comes to immigration, I work now mainly most of my time in Tijuana, and I interview people that have left the U.S. because they were living here illegally that are now living back in Mexico, and they're afraid to come back to the U.S. because they're afraid of the immigration efforts that we have. If we want to do this, if we really want to stop the war on drugs for our state, we can't look at this collectively across the United States anymore because the strategy is so broken. But if we want to focus on the state, that strategy, whatever opinion you might have on it, has worked. People are leaving this country because they're afraid of the immigration effort. You put that same kind of fear and
Gonna have to kind of wrap you up here so we can keep on time. I'm sorry.
Last thing I'll say on that is that we can have a strategy, we can make it work.
Thank you. Mr. Moore?
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for allowing me to come here and participate. I will tell you this, I'm very passionate about interdiction. For my 30 years in law enforcement, I'll be the first to say, my entire career, we have fought organized crime with unorganized law enforcement and unorganized policymakers, plain and simple. Okay, New Mexico is very unique. We have a very unique state. Our proximity to Mexico, our vast highway system make us a prime target for these drug cartels. I hear people say that drug cartels are here. It's a big buzzword. I'm here to tell you, drug cartels aren't here. They have ties to New Mexico, but I want to explain how the Sinaloa cartel and the Jalisco New Generation cartel are controlling the frontera, as they call it. I've had the opportunity to teach all over the United States, the world, the West Balkans, South America, Panama, and we are not unique. Every country out there faces the same issues we're having. You want to know why? Because cartels are very sophisticated. They operate under a different set of rules, where rules are enforced and people are held accountable, something we don't see here. New Mexico is facing an unprecedented drug trafficking and overdose crisis driven by fentanyl, methamphetamine, and now xylazine. Cartel-backed organizations they tie in with drug trafficking organization, our prison gangs, Sindicato con Nuevo Mexico, our local street gangs. They all have a very intricate role in what they play here, and it's very interesting. So here are some of the key challenges that we face. We have our vast highway system that is extremely just the way it is. Interstate 10, Interstate 25, Interstate 40. For 20 plus years, I worked at roads looking for highway smugglers. I've been fortunate enough to be directly involved in over 1,000 roadside drug interdiction seizures. And I've seen anywhere from 16-year-old females, pregnant females, 78-year-old man pull a gun on me on the side of the road. I'm telling you, these drug trafficking organizations, they will do anything to keep their profit going. Here's a couple other things I think that you need to be made aware about. We have a very fragmented jurisdictional landscape. New Mexico has 23 tribes, right? The different federal lands, the different jurisdictions, that's an issue. Overwhelmed behavioral health system, where our behavioral health system is a failure. If I hear another politician say that they're gonna provide wraparound services, I'm gonna vomit. Okay, because me as a small business owner, I'm telling you that my wife and I, we hire people out of halfway houses. And I see the challenges they face, because I truly believe people deserve second chances. And when they're sitting there telling me that they're being provided services and they're not, they're only treated as a number, as a client, when they should actually be treated as an individual. Legislators, I would wish that you would propose legislation that would give money to these nonprofits based on success rates, not like clients. Okay, because I can tell you, I have an individual that's working for me. He's now client 17 when he was client 1 3 weeks ago or 3 months ago. So it's just a very fragmented system. I will tell you this, the last thing, because I know you're tough on time. The Sinaloa cartel and the new generation Jalisco cartel, they're very sophisticated. Where you guys are sitting here, we're having these task forces come together, and it's taking years, months. Those individuals, they adapt in weeks. Just like my partner here said, Raul, they're constantly evaluating how they can get their product across here, how they can be better. I've seen all types of smuggling methods throughout my career, from liquefying cocaine, putting it in a gas tank, doing reverse osmosis when they get to point B and they get 98% of their cocaine back. Dating back to why I'm so passionate about this, at 17 years old, I was shot in the chest, a victim of violent crime. In an undercover capacity, I had a gun pulled on me, pointed between my eyes, wanting me to smoke crack cocaine to prove I wasn't a police officer. So I'm very passionate about that. I have grandkids here that live here. I expect more from our legislators to make New Mexico safe, to keep our children safe. And our most vital natural resource is our children. People talk about oil and gas. I get that. But I'm here to tell you, our most natural, most precious resource is our children. And if we don't start in protecting them and investing them, we're going to have huge issues. Senator Brantley, you could cover an area down there in Deming, New Mexico. I'll tell you a quick story on how intricate the drug cartels get. We worked an operation many years ago where the cartel, at the time it was the Juarez cartel, was controlling the frontera, and they infiltrated this Deming High School, because at the time high school kids were able to cross across the border. They knew the border patrol agents back and forth, so as the cars would come by, they would just say, "Hey, so-and-so, how you doing? Head off to school, head off to school." So what did the cartel do? They quickly realized that those kids weren't getting searched. So they offered every one of those kids $500 to put drugs in their vehicle. They drive from Columbus all the way to Deming High School, park their car in the high school. They'd come back, in their glove box would be $500. Then they do that trip every single day. I'm telling you, they're going to constantly be ahead of us. So we have to fight organized crime with organized law enforcement. You know, we work in different silos. Everyone's wanting to get credit for one thing or another. Do you know that New Mexico is one of only 2 states that doesn't have a unified intelligence system? We can't even get that. Thank you very much.
Mr. Hart?
Good morning, Madam Chair and honorable members of the legislature. Thank you so much for asking me to be here. I swear we didn't coordinate any of this, so you're going to hear a lot of echoing come from me as well on some of these things. But let me start by saying, so I am a deputy district attorney at the 2nd. When DA Bregman became the chairman of the Organized Crime Commission, he asked me to fill the role of director. So my role is actually as the director of the Governor's Organized Crime Commission. I'm not doing as much line prosecution as I used to. The first point I want to make is drug trafficking and exchange has never been easier, ever in the history of the United States of America. Drug dealers can do it from their phone, from their home, from their computer, and they have the apps, they have the encrypted messages on Telegram, and they can find a buyer, find a way of getting it done. They can have somebody else even do the running. A lot of the guys coordinating these aren't even always the person who's doing the drop off of the drugs. It's never been easy. And to that end, you know, if you look at it from an investigative standpoint, it's difficult sometimes for us to get to those messages, even if we follow the warrant process. Sometimes it's encrypted. And quite frankly, sometimes officers don't feel the need, and I don't blame them, to do the phone dumps because however they did their investigation, they did undercover buy, and they have everything they need from an evidentiary standpoint to prosecute this person. That's great. But what that means is we're not actually working up the chain. We're not actually going after the organizations. We're really kind of playing whack-a-mole is really what we're doing. What we are not doing as a state is truly targeting the organizations. We're just hitting the targets. And I'll say to my next point, that kind of goes into what I think prosecutors and maybe sometimes officers as well struggle sorting the addicts from the dealers. If you're a prosecutor and you get a case that comes in, you don't always know if this person is a big time drug trafficker. Sometimes they make it easy. Sometimes they have a bunch of priors. Sometimes they're repeat offenders. But often what I've been finding throughout my work is the people who have almost no history, and this is the first time they've been picked up, or by the time that our SWAT team moved on them, they had a little bit of fentanyl in their pocket. That was it. The only reason we're learning that these guys are actually major players is because we're working really hard to communicate with other law enforcement agencies. But if you're a prosecutor, you get a PCS charge. This person doesn't have any priors. You're going to recommend diversion, especially in the second. Now, I think in some of the smaller rural areas, they probably do a better job because they don't quite have just the sheer volume, the tens of thousands of cases. But we definitely fail to communicate with one another, both within agencies and with prosecutors. We need to do a much better job of that, which is why the commission has been harping on, and actually Mr. Mora just talked about it. We don't have a unified intelligence center. There's nothing in the state. The OCC has been trying to step into that role. We have special agents and we have special prosecutors, but really our role is to try and bridge the gap between law enforcement agencies, not fight over who gets credit, not fight over who does what, but to try and be that middle ground. We have a fusion center here in New Mexico and they work really hard. I don't mean to badmouth any of them, but they're not considered a law enforcement agency. So they actually can't touch active investigation. So if the real-time crime center or the FBI or somebody has an active investigation, they can't really touch it. They can provide kind of threat assessments at a broad level, but how do you get the data for the threat assessments if you don't have all the details of the active investigation? It's a breakdown. It's something that because I didn't want to just come here and bag on things. That's actually something I think we could do better as a state. It's a solution we could actually achieve. When we get these types of intelligence centers, the way other states have these fusion centers, it also makes those cell phone dumps more doable, more applicable. Because if you hit one of these, if we hit a stash house, they're going to have 50 phones in that stash house. You might get lucky and hopefully your defendant had the one phone on them, so you know to pull that one. But an analyst has to then go through all of that data. It's not enough to just plug it into a Cellbrite machine and pull it down. Somebody has to connect the dots. Somebody has to put it in a database. Somebody has to know to pick up the phone and say, hey, this looks familiar. We don't have that as a state. Albuquerque does have the real-time crime center, but it's not really connected to anything outside of of APD, quite frankly. So we don't have access to any of that information. We're not discovering the routes. We're not discovering the methodology. And to their point about the sophistication of the cartels, I'll add, I think it's better to think of them almost like you're up against a militarized Google or Amazon. They have hundreds of millions of dollars. We all get in front of you during the session and scrabble and fight over $5 million, $15 million. They're going to make that in 2 weeks. That's what we're up against. And they're always going to be changing their tactics. If you don't constantly, every time you discover a new methodology, they've probably moved on to something else. I remember it's only been 2 years that I've really been doing some of the human trafficking stuff. They weren't using the victims as mules very often. They are now. It's just constantly changing. So, it's easy to criticize law enforcement for doing things a certain way, but quite frankly, we can't keep up with this methodology. The hundreds of millions with the capabilities, with the drone capabilities that they have, the scouting capabilities they have, they the cartels send people who work for them to Ukraine to learn, they enlist and join to learn the most modern methodologies of drone tactics. 6 months later, you'll see it along the border here. You'll see it happening in Chihuahua. They'll be dropping bombs on Chihuahua DPS. That's what we're up against. We're up against a militarized, privatized corporation, really. The only way, and I'll give you one more solution, so I'm not just gloomy. The only way to fight back against them is to hit them in the wallets. They don't care if we take down a big name. I mean, it's good for us. We should be doing that. We should get those drugs off the street. I'm not saying we shouldn't. But if you really want to deter the cartels, you have to hit them in the wallets. I understand that there was the politics to some degree of why we took away criminal asset forfeiture. So it was civil asset forfeiture. We still have civil asset forfeiture. But the way that we completely hamstrung law enforcement's ability to seize their assets, that was probably one of the best ways to hit them, is to take their money and take their stuff. So I think we could do better. We could find a middle ground. We don't have to say, the local municipality police officer that seized it keeps it. Maybe we can put it into different programs. Maybe we could put it in drug rehabilitation. There has to be a better way. The point is to get it away from the cartels because it's just money back into their pocket. I remember talking to AUSAs who 10 grand would get seized. The defendant would get it back and they would use that to hire their attorney for their federal case. I mean, we're giving them their money back and that's all they care about. We have to do a better job of getting them in their assets and in their wallet. And I think that's something, respectfully, you folks to do.
Great presentations. We'll go ahead and go to Representative Martinez.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, gentlemen, for taking the time to come and speak the hard truth. Sometimes we show up to these things and people tell us what a great job we're doing and how all we got to do is hold hands and we'll be fine. But I appreciate, Mr. Bohunda, the fact that you have the courage to speak the hard truth that the war on drugs was lost decades ago. We need to do something about our country, and supply and demand will always be there. We need to figure out, we need to re-strategize. And I think all three of you hit on something that is extremely important. The fact that all these efforts are done in a silo. When we encourage law enforcement agencies and other agencies like the DA's office to start working together and share intelligence instead of this is my secret and my secret alone, we're never going to accomplish anything. Oh, my agency did this. We could have helped you if you had shared the information. I don't know if it's human nature or the competitiveness in us or what it is, but until law enforcement agencies learn to operate outside of that silo, I think it's going to be a constant losing effort. I think I agree with you, Mr. Bohunda, that we need to get to those kids earlier. 4th and 5th graders, they're already being recruited by drug dealers. Take this into the school. Here's a little bit for you. It's horrible that we're not matching those efforts. We need to do that. We need these kids. I have grandkids, and they are far more advanced than I was at that age. Sometimes I listen to them talk, and I'm like, well, where are you getting this information from? But we need to catch those kids earlier, and I appreciate you bringing that up. Mr. Mora, the fragmented jurisdiction, we need to figure that out. I mean, we need to stop fighting for that one little corner of the street. I worked with veteran services and I had the same problem. Each veterans organization would fight for their own little corner. And I used to tell them the only way we're going to accomplish anything is when we become force multipliers for each other. And I think that needs to be encouraged at our level. We need to figure that issue out and support the needs of law enforcement agencies.
Real quick, can I just make a comment on that? My current role as Public Safety Director for the Pueblo of Acoma, we deal with that cross-jurisdictional issue on a daily basis. The Pueblo of Acoma runs along, is I-40 runs right through it. The simple fact that I can't get 29-111 commissions from the state police because of just bureaucracy and red tape, that means that our Pueblo officers, when they encounter a non-native committing a crime, we can't do anything about it. If they come across a drug smuggler on I-40, we have to either contact the BIA or the FBI, or if state police is not available, which they're typically not, everybody's a little shorthanded. Those are little things that could help us out, sir.
I think those little things would go a long way to stopping the I-40 drug problem. Because, like I said, you become a force multiplier for these other agencies. They're not able to get there, but you are. So let's work together and get it done. How we convince leaders, that's our job. We're going to have to figure it out, and we're going to have to hold the leaders of these law enforcement agencies accountable. The only way we're going to accomplish anything is when we get out of our little echo chamber and stop listening to our own badges telling us, oh, you're doing a great job, chief. We need to look at you, especially the smaller agencies. Those smaller agencies can do amazing things if we're allowed to work together. So we do need to figure that out. Mr. Hart, I love your analogy of whack-a-mole. We need to climb up the chain. We need to stop. Those are the ones that are arrested every day. We're not solving the problem of where it's coming from. We need to be able to climb the chain. I am very intrigued by the idea of the Central Intel Agency. I think, to be honest with you, it's going to be an extremely hard sell in Santa Fe. But I think if we can convince our friends across the aisle how important it is to everyday people and how we can actually solve a lot of these issues when we start talking to each other, and where we have one centralized location where all this information is flowing. I love that idea. I did introduce a civil asset seizure bill a few years ago. It was debated for 5 minutes in committee. And I learned a hard lesson because it was my second session. I learned a hard lesson that these things are not going to get done. We're going to introduce 100 bills. But until people at my level understand the importance of what we're doing and how it affects crime in their cities, because it's not only Albuquerque. I go all over the state. I have family in Espanola. It's a dot on the map, but it is a violent place. And what hurts me is I see the potential in people. If we can just learn to work together, solve these problems, we may never win the war on drugs. We need to re-strategize and start fighting for our people. Try to figure that out. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. We have Senator Tobiason.
Madam Chair, real quick, may I just respond to one thing? I'll just note that I've spoken with a lot of law enforcement agencies about how we could maybe do this civil asset forfeiture thing in a different way. I think the feedback I've received from sheriffs and police chiefs is it doesn't have to go to them. We could seize it and put it in the education fund. We could seize it and put it in rehabilitate. Like, I think we could maybe craft in a way that both sides say, well, hey, that sounds pretty good, right? Where are we hurting as a state? Where can we put that money? Because there's a lot of it. There's a lot of it. Like, let's find a way to do it. It doesn't have to go back to the police departments if that's the big holdup. Because I know that's what got it killed in the first place. The key is to get it away from the cartels. I really think it's doable.
You gotta seize it and just keep it away. If not, they fund their operation.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Senator?
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, gentlemen. I used to say something to my boys, they're only 2 years apart from one another when they were kids and fighting, hugs, not slugs. And I actually think it's time for us to slug and hard, continuously, repeatedly. And I'll go back to my earlier statement, our state lacks leadership and desire to make a massive change. And you're all speaking it just in slightly different ways. So I hear you. And I'm looking at the room that is not absolutely at or beyond capacity. And I think that shows that we are so desensitized to the fact that we have lost the war, that it's constantly around us. We cannot get away from it. Our families can't get away from it, and their kids are dying. This should be standing room only, and we should see a line out the door. And it's disheartening. Actually, we had way more people here when we had a committee earlier this year on medical malpractice and the crisis we're seeing in our healthcare system. That tells you people think maybe there's hope for that, but maybe too many people have lost hope here, and that's disheartening. I think we've also specialed ourselves into a corner. It's something I say often. New Mexico thinks it's so special that we're on the bottom of every list. We've specialed ourselves, and we've specialed ourselves here. And Mr. Hart, I think it's really interesting what you say, because I'm a business owner. Mr. Moore, I'm a business owner just like you, and I'm a business coach, and nothing hurts worse than hitting a business in the pocketbook, hitting the bottom line. And I'm actually appalled to think that we aren't seizing and keeping and using their money and tools to our benefit. Because the fact that you would even ever have to come to Santa Fe and beg us for $5 million, as you know, I sit on Senate Finance, $5 million is a cup of coffee, maybe, for this state. We're the third wealthiest state in the country. We also have the poorest citizens, and probably one of the biggest problems with drug activity and other things that the cartel is doing. So I do have a question, a couple of them, which is, where are the drugs coming in from right now? How are they getting them in? At least the number one way that they're currently getting drugs into our state, knowing what we've done at the border.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Senator. So it changes a lot. I think a lot of it is still coming in by vehicle. It just doesn't come in directly across the border down south. So if you look at the stats that, like, we go to meetings every month and get updates from Customs and Border Patrol, most of the routes are coming in along the I-40 corridor, and what it does is it comes in through other ways, maybe up through Arizona or up through California, through Phoenix, and then over to New Mexico that way. A lot of it comes in by bypassing checkpoints and coming up to Texas. So it comes in kind of the southeastern part of New Mexico. I did an interesting analysis where I looked at, this was about 9 months ago, where I looked at price per pill in all of the different parts of New Mexico, laid it in with some information we had from informants and that kind of thing. Because right, supply and demand, it'll be cheaper the way that it's coming in when it floods the market. And that was pretty consistent with what I just told you. Fentanyl's changing a little bit too, and that, like, meth is on the rise, cocaine's on the rise. And what's interesting is fentanyl was using the routes I just described. Cocaine and meth was using more traditional routes, like down through the south. I think because the cartels are smart, they've learned that they can use these same fentanyl routes. And so they're actually changing a little bit how they're doing the cocaine and meth. It's a constant flux. So if they get a private landing strip, an airstrip, they'll start flying it in because they can fly in a bunch. If they can use drones, they'll do drones. Even though you can't do volume, they'll just flood it with 10,000 drones. They'll just do more than we can respond. So it does change a lot, and it shifts rapidly. But most of it comes in, I think, still by vehicle to New Mexico, either personal vehicles or sometimes with traffic.
and it's still the same. Vehicles change, decades of them doing this thing, and in the end, they're still kind of using the same means, the same methods. Why change something that's worked? They have a lot of distractors. I worked at the port of entry in El Paso, Bridge of the Americas, and many times we'd always catch the car full of weed because they want you to catch that one. That's the 15-year-old coming in, and on the other side it was back then with cocaine. Then it turned into meth, and fentanyl is just easier to bring in. Yeah, your fentanyl comes from Arizona because those drug trafficking organizations kind of run those corridors, and you get your heroin, some through Arizona, some through the border here in El Paso. And as we continue to grow our port here in New Mexico by adding more cargo, then we'll start to take a bigger part of that. We'll start to see us become more of a distribution hub into the rest of the United States as well.
And I'll say one thing too, just to add on that, is that the cartels aren't limited. They constantly involve, whether like you mentioned, they'll put the 15-year-old just with a little bit of marijuana. And typically, if you ever seen a port of entry, all the border patrol agents go and they'll start searching that car, and they open up the lanes. Meanwhile, 65-year-old grandma's rolling by with 750 pounds of methamphetamine, and even a little bit more. I'll give you a real short story. I arrested a police officer carrying 15 kilos of cocaine, and to see his story and how he was infiltrated by the Sinaloa cartel. He was sitting on the cafe on the border one day, and a gentleman comes across, well-dressed Mexican man, and slides him an envelope across the table and says, "Hey, the Sinaloa cartel wants your friendship." He opens it up. There's a lot of cash in there, and he slides it back and says, "No, I'm a police officer. I'm not going to do that." A couple of weeks go by. Same individual comes back, slides an envelope across the table and says, "Sinaloa cartel wants to know if you want our friendship now." And as he opens it up, it's his picture of his wife taking his kids to school. So he wasn't willing to get paid, so he started to get extorted. So they'll go at any means whatsoever.
Thank you for that. So it leads me to another question, which is there a certain segment of our population that is more targeted than others or that's been more affected?
Absolutely. And I've arrested a lot of people on I-40 smuggling drugs, and the vast majority of those individuals are good people that just made bad choices. They're individuals that are on the fringe of society, maybe the single mom that has no way of providing, and they come up to her and they say, "Hey, drive a car from Phoenix to Chicago, $2,500. And they do it. Don't even know what's in the car. She just drives it. So, they're very good at targeting people that are just on the fringe of society.
And I appreciate all you brought to us. I don't know that there's a clear solution. I mean, I like the idea of like actually taking their money and drugs, et cetera. But I think what some of my colleagues here have spoken about is that we're at a distinct disadvantage in the roundhouse because there's a totally different mindset that is in the majority that pervades everything. And we need more people. We need more of you in the audience. We need more people to be in the roundhouse. We have White Coat Day every year of doctors and medical professionals that flood the building, knocking on doors, going to offices, trying to talk to all the legislators to help them understand what needs to be done. We need a flood of people in law, people in law enforcement, the FBI, whatever it takes, people who have been victimized or maybe rehabilitated. We need I don't know what, a Blue Coat Day, what we want to call it, but we need to organize something where we flood the roundhouse and make a lot more noise. So maybe I'll give you that as a homework assignment if you gentlemen would like to put your heads together and help us make a statement. Thank you for being here. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator, will now go to Representative Chavez.
Thank you. Thank you guys so much for being here and giving us your expertise. It's so eye-opening, and I know we've heard a lot of those things from other people, but not firsthand, day to day. I mean, your story about what you heard growing up and them learning from our busts. We lost the war on drugs, like you stated. And now, kids don't fight anymore when they want to get even after school. They shoot. Unfortunately, my son was one of those victims. There was a party a month prior. Um, Owners at the house had another party. Unfortunately, my son walked into that door and he was there 8 minutes. And those people that got beat up the month prior found out about the party, shot into that house thinking bullets were going to magically hit the people that lived there. And the only person it hit was my son, who had nothing to do with the incident a month prior. And that's what kids are doing. And I know we've all stated here, we need to get to them younger. And I 100% believe in that. Mr. Moore, you stated that we need organized law enforcement. What do you three believe we could do at the state level? Obviously, there's nothing we can do at the federal level, which is a lot of times what you see when it comes to the war on drugs. What can we do at the state level that is going to truly impact people of New Mexico no longer having overdoses, no longer having the shootings, the killings, the drugs coming across the border? What can we do to help make that impact?
I mean, I think there was one that was mentioned by Mr. Hart. The Fusion Center has been something that on the federal side is supposed to be supported. The reason why it's not supported is because it's not organized. Fusion Center sits within New Mexico State. So, yeah, DHS facility. It doesn't fall under, DPS, which is kind of, that's always been the reason why law enforcement on the federal side is not attributed resources, because it's not a law enforcement entity. So you're going to be sharing information that there's always these kind of pauses that go when it comes on the federal side. But if we were to actually make it just a fusion center like you see in every other state that's functional, the federal entities they have resources that are allocated for these types of things. We just haven't done it. It hasn't been put in place. I would always get questions asked from our headquarters, like, what's going on with your fusion center? But like, the state doesn't take it. If the state takes it seriously, we will add resources. And even on the other thing, on the federal side, and this is something that I think your office brought up recently, when it came to back an effort that we started, which is gun crime equals federal time, no parole, talking about if you don't have the tools on the state level, to take them to the federal level. That was a strategy that worked. Yeah, when it comes to just the war on drugs and just overall law enforcement together, there's really no distinction between federal, state, local, tribal, because we all want to do the same thing. We just want to make sure that the resources are there to support it. And that's where that strategy kind of fell apart on the federal side. That was the one unification, that we were all bringing cases together, whether it was APD, New Mexico State Police, tribal. We were all in because we wanted to get these people off the streets. And then we flooded the system, and then, change of leadership and those types of things has kind of paused that. I think now they're in a place where they're ready to start that again. So maybe foreseeing law enforcement, all law enforcement, from the Pueblos, everyone together, have that discussion and push that effort forward again. I think you'll start to see some results.
So I have a question just off of your statement then, in talking about the Fusion Center and knowing that we have resources allocated, but it comes from the federal system. So my question to you, because you did talk about immigration, and that's a very important subject, especially in our state, of what's happening. What would you say then to our legislators that are afraid to help fund anything that comes from the feds or has resources because of what we're seeing with immigration? Because a lot of times that's the excuses that we're seeing when it comes to facilities or when it comes to centers like this, in not wanting to fund it or see it through.
So in other places where I've seen fusion centers actually work like they need to and intended to work, it's all based on the priorities of the state. It's not a priority of the federal. So whatever the state considers to be important is what that fusion center will focus on.
Thank you.
I agree with that. I'm huge advocate for a statewide fusion center, intelligence center. As I mentioned before, New Mexico is only one of two states that doesn't have it. So we need to step up to the plate there. Another thing I'm really strong advocate for, to give you a little historical knowledge, I was responsible when I was with the state police for 15 drug interdiction, highway interdiction teams across the state of New Mexico. Prior to 2015, asset forfeiture and equitable sharing were a huge factor. if you take drug loads from these drug trafficking organizations, yeah, they get a little upset. Boom, they raise their prices, no big deal. They'll make it up. But when you take their money, you hit them in the gut. And what we saw in 2015, 2016 is that agencies no longer felt the need to participate in task forces, whether at the FBI, the DEA, especially the DEA task force and their interdiction effort, because there was no equitable sharing, you know? So me as a former undersheriff, I had to look at that too. Are we gonna put our resources, we're stretched in anyway, to the DEA task force when we're not gonna be getting much in return, you know? Those are things that are a much higher level, but if you guys could somehow fix a way where asset forfeiture is implemented, whether it's, I've always been an advocate that it should probably go back to the state's general fund, that where legislators can decide, each individual legislators can decide where that money is appropriated to. There are some guidelines under equitable sharing. It has to go back to education, and we can easily do that. We can fund the DARE and GREAT programs again. Those things have been underfunded for years, and those are perfect opportunities for us to be able to engage in that.
Thank you, Representative. And we have Senator Block, and there's 5 minutes left, and you can use those 5 minutes if you want. No one else is on the list.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, gentlemen. First, let me go with you, Mr. Moore. I know you, and I know your background, very distinguished, and thank you. Let me ask you how drugs are affecting not just Acoma, but the tribes and pueblos in New Mexico. Real quick, please.
It impacts everyone. As you know, tribes are on the fringe of society. They're very dependent on the federal government. When resources are stretched thin, there's lack. Do you think New Mexico's lack of service providers try to get a service provider or licensed clinician on tribal land? Extremely good.
Yeah, I agree with you. Being a county commissioner in Sandoval with 14 tribes and pueblos, have a little experience dealing with that and working with the 13th Judicial up there. You know, we talk about the war on drugs. That's been going on for about 50 years. Any of you happen to know how much money we spent on that? If not, I'll tell you. Right, 46 billion. 46 billion on this program. And overdose death rates have climbed by more than 280% since 1970. So I would agree, we're losing the war on drugs. No one can tell me what the victory in the war on drugs looks like. You can Google it, nobody knows. And as a retired military officer, it's kind of nice to know what victory is. But I think that we can make a definite dent in the war on drugs by seizing their assets and their money, blowing their boats out of the water, securing the border, putting drug dealers in jail using military force to go after the cartel, which is now a narco-terrorist, which I think is a good thing. Mr. Buhanda, when did you retire from the FBI?
In May.
Well, thank you for your service there, putting your life on the line for the country. Let me ask you this. I want to make sure I understand you. Do you believe that securing the border is a good thing for the country? Just real quick, I only got a couple of minutes.
No, it definitely
Okay.
is. I mean, I think we need to do our part in New Mexico, just like every other part of the border has.
Yep. So when we look at past administrations, and then we've seen this border basically locked down in the past 10 months, and under the Biden administration, you've seen over 10 million cross illegally with another 5 to 8 seeking asylum, almost 20 million people coming here. I doubt really any of them were vetted. I mean, we just saw that with, unfortunately, 2 West Virginia National Guard members shot, one killed, a beautiful young lady named Sarah. How important, sir, is it for law enforcement at all levels, state and local, to coordinate with ICE in regards to illegal immigration? Is it important since millions of these people were never vetted?
I mean, it's so I worked with immigration before. That was my first year when it was still an agency for customs, and yeah, you have to vet everyone that comes in.
Yep, and we didn't do that, did we?
No.
Okay, I wish the media was still here, because even if they heard that, they probably wouldn't put it on TV anyway, because it doesn't fit the media narrative, especially here. I want to ask Mr. Moore one quick thing here in regards to this unified intel organization. How many states do that?
Roughly, well, including even the Dominican, not the, Puerto Rico participates in one, but 48 of the states have some sort of shared intel.
Gotcha.
Where everyone can participate in.
Is that important, sharing intel between law enforcement, or is that, I mean, is it really important to do that?
Absolutely. Yeah, there's no way there are so many interfaces that you can do to protect personal information. You can even incorporate mental health and substance abuse into those platforms. You know, that law enforcement.
Why hasn't that happened here?
I don't know. I would honestly just say probably politics.
Politics, politicians?
Absolutely.
I agree with you. Stupid politicians, by the way. Absolutely. Mr. Hart, and I don't know if this is a question you can answer, and I don't want to put you on the spot, but what is the policy of the Second Judicial District when it comes to cashless bail? Is that something that they have seen that's been a good thing for New Mexico, or has that been a bad thing for New Mexico?
You know, Madam Chair, Senator, I think we, at the second, I think we've learned a lot about how to argue those preventative and promotion hearings, what we do now instead of cashless bail. But I think we could do better. You know, I think there's been a lot of good case law that's come out that's made it a little bit easier over the last.
Has there been a lot of people that have come out of the cashless bail system that have committed other crimes right away before being accountable or going through the judicial system on the previous crime they committed or crimes they committed?
Madam Chair, Senator, yeah.
So that hasn't worked out too well for New Mexicans, for those victims that were on the receiving end of that the second, third, fourth time before the criminal even went through the judicial process on the first time. Is that fair to say? So it's really not working out too well for the victims and survivors, is it?
I would agree.
Okay, thank you. One of the other things I want to talk about, and I've just become aware of it up in Rio Rancho, a young man named Andrew Escobar, and I don't know if he is, I think he might be with DA Romo, but I would ask that you, if you can just get back with me on a status of this young man's kidnapping. I'd greatly appreciate that. Andrew Escobar was 11 years old, was kidnapped. Now he's 13. He's from Rio Rancho, New Mexico. May also be going by the name of Oliver Shelton. And there's a picture of him, Mr. Hart, back there on those T-shirts of the dad standing to the right with his son. And I just wonder if we can just get an update on the whereabouts of young Andrew. And I want to thank you all for being here. I agree with you. A secure border and is definitely good for the country, as well as going after the drug dealers on multiple fronts, whether it's financial assets or going to kill them before they kill us. I think we need to do that. And I also think we have to work on our tribes and pueblos because they're very, very vulnerable. And it's near and dear to my heart with my previous gig as a commissioner up there in Sandoval. And Mr. Hart, thank you for your honesty on the cashless bail out of the district attorney's office. It's not working for New Mexicans. We were sold a bill of goods, and it's got to change because there are too many victims in this state because of ridiculous, stupid, radical policies that are failing the people of New Mexico. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And thank you, presenters, for a great presentation. Fortunately, we're out of time. We're trying to stay on schedule, but we really appreciate you taking the time to come here today.
One last thing,
Yes.
very short.
Sure.
Please, if there's anything you guys can do to hold our providers accountable on these diversion programs, if they don't complete a diversion program, they need to be held accountable. They need to go back to jail. You know, plain and simple. I know many providers dealing with the safe houses, and they're more interested in how much they can bill on Medicaid rather than taking care of the most vulnerable.
Yes, absolutely. I agree with you on that. So yes, thank you. Thank you very much. You guys have a great day. Okay, our next presentation starts, and this is the impact of repeat offenders. Angel Alir, Ben Baker from the Office of the Governor, and Raul Vigil from the Sentencing Commission. Alir, yeah. Joel. Is it Alire? Alire? I apologize. I asked. Where's Nicole? Is okay. So Raul's not here. All right. Well, then that gives you guys a little bit more of a time for an opening statement, trying to keep it about 5 to 7 minutes, and then leave the rest of the time for questions if that works for you. So, Angel, we'll go ahead and start with you since you're first on the agenda. And if you can make sure the mics are pulled up so we can get a good recording. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Angel O'Leary. I am the mother, now the voice to my son, Devin Trey Hayborn. He is quite literally the face of system failure, of, as you said, cashless bond, pretrial release, the revolving door, GPS ankle monitoring. He literally, the system failed him and the state of New Mexico with all the above. Rewinding a little bit, my son was born quite a spitfire, did give me a few gray hairs. He was very athletic, talented. He was definitely an entrepreneur. He did get in trouble at school many, many times because he was always taking the underdogs under his wing, always sticking up for somebody, always trying to help somebody, always working. If my single mom self couldn't afford Jordans, he would go out and find something to do. He would bale hay, do yard work, do anything he could to make money. At the time of his death, he was going to pilot school and we were in the middle of a house flip ourselves. He was about to buy a bobcat because he was trying to start a landscaping business. And he did have quite a few nice things, a nice car, wore nice jewelry, nice clothes. He was the epitome a hard-working person, and I knew he was going to do great things in life. As a child, he was very athletic. He overcame a lot of stigmas due to having a lot of learning disabilities. But because he did not like that stigma, he worked night after night. I have pictures of him falling asleep doing his homework because he wanted to get out of special ed, and he did. He accomplished it. And by middle school, he 3.5 all through high school, as well as played multiple sports, was the starting point guard of his high school basketball team. Just really enjoyed life, loved to ski, loved to play basketball. COVID really did take a toll on him. During this time frame, he met a young man that he thought he could take under his wing. Thought that he was, they could go to the gym, that he was going to help them get a job. They had things in common, like they liked music, they liked to rap. Unfortunately, this would become his killer. He invited this person to his home. My son, like I said, he had lots of nice things, and this kid became jealous. He ended up ultimately breaking into his apartment after they all left and stealing a paper registered weapon amongst some others. Now, how this pertains to our state and our laws is that this particular kid was the epitome of the revolving door. He was in trouble before. His original crimes were shooting a weapon out of a vehicle and fentanyl pills. The district attorney at the time tried to get him, the judge, to keep him in. But because of the Arnold tool and many other reasons, they ended up letting him go. They put him on pretrial release. And ultimately, what happened during that time frame is that he absconded 113 times and was never pulled in by parole or probation. On that 113th time is when he went to my son's apartment, knocked on his door. My son cracked the door open and he shot him twice, both fatal wounds. If that wasn't enough, the way our laws are written, the responding officers and detectives had to actually file a bench warrant to get his location, even though he was wearing a GPS ankle monitor. In that time frame, he went on to rob a 7-Eleven with that same shotgun that killed my son. He pointed that same shotgun and shot in the air at an elderly woman. He broke another elderly woman's fence down, escaping from the police in the armed robbery. Multiple crimes. All while we, the detectives and law enforcement, had to sit back to get a judge to grant them to find him and get that GPS location information to find his whereabouts. By that time frame, he had actually cut it off, but they were still able to find him, and we ultimately got justice in his trial. But it's this life, my son's life was just cut short. This is him and his airplane because he was almost done with pilot school. And this is our new reality with every family event and holiday. Just a picture to stand. It's very frustrating continuing to come to speak, to get with the other mothers that have lost children to gun violence, to repeatedly go and have these speeches, to be a part of all the gun violence task force and things that I can. But our current administration and leaders continually use these type of events, or like for the most recent, the 11-year-old in September, they use those for headlines to do something in the moment, to put a Band-Aid on it, and then it falls through the cracks. In the September incident, taking all gun rights away from everybody, what does that accomplish when most of these crimes are committed by street guns? And back in 2021, when my son was killed, I was a part of the mayor's gun violence task force, because in 2021, it was the highest rate of murder by weapon in New Mexico. From 2019 to 2023, 35% increase. In 2021, the mayor put a Band-Aid on by creating this gun violence task force. A year of my life having meetings, doing research, trying to bring education to the schools. Where did that go? It literally fell through the cracks. We didn't even have an end to that gun violence task force. It kind of just faded out. Our current leaders only do things for the moment, and we need something more. We need something that's actually going to keep these people in to begin with. And secondly, if we are going to let them out, we need to actually make sure that they are monitored. But letting them out isn't going to keep us safe, in my opinion.
You, Mr. Baker, how are you?
Madam Chairs, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to be here. My name is Benjamin Baker, and I have the privilege of working for our governor. I want to spend just 1 second of my time after thanking the committee for the invitation to speak directly to Ms. O'Leary. Thank you for your advocacy, your presentation, your courage to come stand in front of a group again and share a piece of your family and what you've endured with this community. I think it is really important. As a father, as a person who's raising 2 sons of my own in this community, I'm grateful for your willingness to do that and raise awareness of the severity of what we are dealing with. So thank you for that. I'm honored to be seated at the same table with you. I'm going to start with a rewind back in time. It's not too ancient history. It's a failed special session in 2024 focused on public safety, particularly violent crime. Some of the topics under discussion here today. In response to the hours spent not enacting any legislation related to mitigating these problems or addressing them, we went on the road, and my boss took us to 16 different communities, virtually every corner of our state, and very little variation on the themes, kind of irrespective of geographical location, political affiliations, size of community. The message spoken by our shared constituency was clear. There are too many bad guys not being held accountable, thus becoming able to reoffend within New Mexico, where we create an opportunity for repeat habitual violent offenders and larger exposure to our population in New Mexico, creating the tragedies that we've become all too familiar with. It's no secret to those who know me that I have a passion to increase the accountability measures for those previously convicted felons who continue to choose to pick up guns within our state, despite the prohibition of every law, both locally in New Mexico as well as federally. I identify this group as the single most straightforward example, as guns don't have a physical addictive nature. They don't have a quality. They're not impacted by socioeconomic, generational, or cultural drivers like some of the other manifestations of criminal activity that do exist within our state. Repeat convicted felons who continue to pick up guns and perpetrate violence within our community represent the single most straightforward analysis that in almost 30 years of relevant study and experience that we could focus our attention on. I've testified in front of you, this group, and others within the legislature for many years now, and with the same absence of impact on outcomes, as we speak, the problem continues to worsen. Perhaps the scariest part in my observation is the age creep occurring within the children in our community is now palpable in every community we visited. Again, 7,000 people in Grant County versus, our largest communities here in the metropolitan areas, Albuquerque, Santa Fe, and Las Cruces. The mindset and the experiences conveyed by our constituents and our neighbors is the same. Some fundamental problems that I've observed during my experience and our shared observation as community members and as folks working to address these things through a legislative framework. Violent crime offenders and their impact to public safety to both the victims and the community members with which they exist should be a bright line issue here, not a gray issue and not one to be conflated or conferred. And one of the things Mr. Larry just brought up that I think is so important is that violent criminal behavior by repeat offenders, and particularly convicted felons, is not a constitutional issue for any otherwise law-abiding citizen. Hard stop. And I've testified in front of many of your committees before on this topic. It should not be political in nature. A couple of observations I think contribute to where we find ourselves today is some of our systems are literally predicated upon failing to actually hold accountable those who the court has demanded be arrested, brought before them, and held for that intervention. And by way of example, so that we're not, speculating, here in Bernalillo County, approximately 4,700 active felony warrants are outstanding as we sit here today. The reason why that is significant is because in Bernalillo County, there are currently 240 vacancies within the Metropolitan Detention Center. Therefore, if all of the persons who are demanded to be arrested today were to be arrested, we lack the capacity to accomplish what the court has ordered under current law. And that is significant insofar as was testified to earlier, and I think really highlights the severity of the problem. Most of the time, the resistance of the criminal suspect contributes significantly to the reason why they're wanted. Their unwillingness to obey the court's orders, their unwillingness to appear at a time, a place, or location, their unwillingness to do something that they don't want to do results in this warrant. For those who don't have a ton of experience in the criminal law field, a warrant is not a suggestion. A warrant is a command by a judicial authority to any peace officer authorized to execute that warrant. It is not discretionary, nor is it a matter of want to or willingness. It is a requirement. So letting that sink in for a minute, that scale that to your own community, the number of wanted felons within any community within the corner of New Mexico likely exceeds the capacity of their incarcerative systems at any given time. Polarized, particularly here in Bernalillo County. The second message we heard from our shared constituency is once charged and convicted, criminal sentences do not seem to match what the community has expressed as what it thinks accountability, particularly for violent crimes, ought to look like. The impact of that in the experiences of literally thousands of New Mexicans that we encountered over the interim in the last year is that community members have begun to experience a lack of faith that even when the system does work as prescribed, a person is investigated, charged, convicted, and sentenced, the outcome is simply insufficient with their expectation of what that should look like. It is that incongruency within the law, its current application, and the will of the members of the New Mexico constituency is what I think we are largely dealing with. So I'm going to raise a couple of key issues because I know time is an issue that I want to talk about because it will distinguish a couple things from one another. One is a bill that you saw during previous sessions, including this most recent one, which has to do with a reassessment of what the legal definition of being a harm to oneself or others is. And I raise this to you as legislative priorities are being developed and strategies are being implemented to have the largest impact on the public safety quotient in New Mexico. I want to raise to this committee's awareness that that bill, which was in 2025 session, Senate Bill 166, passed the Senate Judiciary Committee, passed out of the Senate, and was tabled in its first House committee by a 5-4 vote. And the reason why I mention that is because when you have hundreds of intersections with the criminal justice system, as was being described earlier, and as all of us have seen in our daily interactions in this community, it is almost impossible to find community members who don't conflate, bona fide, true to Hoyle violent criminals with those folks who are intersecting with the public safety situation because they're incapable of caring for themselves and others. And what we heard from our community members statewide was that when they call to their business or their home or their neighborhood, the police, to solve a problem that the police are not necessarily prescribed for and a criminal justice system is not prescribed for, they draw the conclusion, and not erroneously so, that that system does not work and they are insufficiently being serviced in a public safety quotient. Having spent a bunch of my time in some of our most acutely affected communities recently, I can tell you this is on full display in a way that I have not seen before. Regularly in our committee hearings and our meetings, we hear a call for the notion that simply raising criminal penalties does not dissuade people from future criminality, to which I will listen to and I hear, despite the fact that I am largely advocating for the inverse of that during my testimony to you, including today. However, what I would respectfully submit to the larger group and the community at large is, under current New Mexico law, and as long as I've been doing this kind of work, there are two options. When one is convicted, and Co-Chair Reeb knows this better than most, you can either be prescribed a period of incarceration or some variation thereof, or you can be assessed a fine. Those are the two outcomes when you did it. If people want to demand that treatment be a methodology for folks, the law must be changed to have a tertiary function. At present, it does not. So if we are going to handle those things as it relates to civil matters, with a person dealing with either substance abuse disorder, competency issues, and all the other things that we're learning so much about in recent years, then adding horsepower to what that definition looks like so that it can encapsulate the group that needs help and that should be getting the help that they need is a priority from our perspective. So again, raising Senate Bill 166 and the larger discussion of what it means to be a harm to oneself or others being of primary importance. That will help us distill as a community the folks that need treatment, the folks that need substance abuse disorder, the folks that have mental health, the folks that need housing, the folks that need any number of different things throughout a spectrum that is not expressly criminal, from the folks who continue to commit violence within our communities, making that the bright line. And then the last thing, not belaboring the previously convicted felons, I want to add a data point because I think it's important. And I noticed that we don't have anybody else here to present data on this topic, and I think it's important. In 2024, we set a record for the number of number of times the crime of being a felon in possession of firearm was charged, 1,557. Only 85 of those persons charged resulted in a prison sentence, despite the law reflecting a prison sentence if convicted of that. And the average stay was less than 2 years. This vector demonstrates a couple things to me: that prohibited persons who pick up guns are not appropriately disincentivized from continuing to do so in New Mexico. And when they are caught, they don't spend a very long period of time away from us. Thus, the revolving door of repeating criminality and violence within our communities. This topic's been introduced repeatedly in either immediate tabling motions or failure to schedule hearings. One of the questions that I have been laboring with during my time appearing in front of you is, why is it difficult for the legislative body to at least explore the debate of why this population disproportionately commits violence within our community? By way of comparison, and I see that you had former special agent in charge, Blue Hunda here, who's an expert in this field, and who I stood next to many times when we talked about applying federal sentences to New Mexico criminals, which I think is a great idea. And we'll touch on that in just a minute. The federal sentencing requirement for folks who possess firearms in New Mexico is 10 years. New Mexico, you get less than 2, and the conviction rate in federal court is 97%. And I told you just now that you have over 1,500 charges and only 85 of them go to prison. So that represents, I think, a huge margin for us to impact a large driver of violent criminality, particularly with firearms in New Mexico. Just touching briefly on pretrial detention, rebuttable presumption before release is something that we have supported in the past. We have brought this legislative body both in regular and special sessions. And then obviously work needs to be done to address what is happening with that age creep and violence related to our juvenile offenders. I'll leave you with one last stat, so we won't belabor it. It's fitting that we are here in APS. Back in September of 2023, started tracking guns found in APS schools. The record previously is 12 years. There had been 2 years in a row where 12 was what achieved. As we sit today, we're at 10 with 5 months left in the school year. We will see what ends up happening with that. But the most important stat that we need to know is back when the public health emergency was declared, September 8th of 2023, we started tracking juveniles arrested in possession of guns in New Mexico. And between that day and this day, 76% of the days in New Mexico, a child is arrested with a gun in the state of New Mexico. So the probability of a child being arrested, if you're contemplating what tomorrow looks like, is 76%. That number is way too high. And I continue to come before you and to communicate with our constituencies about what matters to them and what will truly move the needle. And I've highlighted a couple places where I think the legislature can do some work, and that we welcome the idea of those things being brought forward, and that the governor continues to care about this as we drive forward into the session coming up in January. And so I thank the task force. I thank the members of the committee, as well, again, Ms. O'Leary, for your testimony earlier. And obviously, I will respectfully stand for questions at the committee's pleasure.
Thank you, Mr. Baker. We have Representative Chavez.
Thank you for your presentations. I feel like I see both of you all the time when we're discussing this topic. Angel, I want to first just give you my love and sympathy, as you belong to a club none of us want to belong to. And thank you for your courage to talk today. I know how hard it is because you feel like people aren't listening. And the fact that we have Albuquerque residents, New Mexicans, moms, community members that can tell you firsthand stories about their children being killed by violent repeat offenders because of our lack in bail reform and pretrial reform is disgusting to me. We have heard it over and over for years. I've heard it since I was an advocate, and I am so sick of the excuses. I'm sick of hearing it's unconstitutional. There are other states that have got it done, especially when it comes to violent crime. So it cannot be unconstitutional. There have been fights. Our own attorney general has fought for this when he was the district attorney, and nothing has been done. Mr. Baker, you are from our governor's office. The governor is stating that these changes need to be made to pretrial, to felon in possession, to violent crime, to violent juvenile offenders. Yet when we're bringing this legislation, these bills don't even get heard in this first committee. And if we're lucky to get them heard, they die in its first committee. I want you to speak firsthand, Angel. How can you describe your level of frustration, or just how do you describe you as a mother of a son who's been murdered? How do you describe how it is going to session or trying to get a bill passed?
And first of all, my heart goes back out to you as well. This club that we're in sucks, and I want to give you my heartfelt thank you for continuing the effort all these years after your son passed. So hard to relive every speech we give. I get so frustrated giving these speeches every time. It's a mental breakdown, and sometimes I'll go in to give a speech, and I don't even get the decency of having someone's attention. That's how bad it is. Year after year, no matter where I'm at, I actually had brought a gun violence memorial from Washington, D.C. down, and they collect objects from people that have died of gun violence, and they housed it in a museum in Washington, D.C. Well, I went to Washington to visit the actual memorial, and while there, we were having sessions that I literally had to keep excusing myself from everything I did on that trip to literally be on the phone to give a speech, just for it to fail and not go anywhere. Year after year, we continue to fight. All of us moms continue to be the voice of our kids, and it feels like it's going nowhere. And it's always the constitutional rights of the offender, of the criminal. It's so bad that, okay, the first time my son's killer was released and put on pretrial release in an ankle monitor was because of the Arnold tool. After he murdered my son, he was still almost eligible for release because of how the tool works and what it told the judge. Luckily, by that point, the then district attorney who tried to keep him in at first was now our attorney general, and he had to fight to get him to stay behind bars after he murdered my son. And it's just so frustrating. Like I said, after he murdered my son, it was like 72 hours before they could get him, because here again, me and the attorney general took this and fought for it, and actually were suing because we could not get the ankle monitor information. So literally they were saying that the criminal has more rights than we the people to that information, that it's unconstitutional to see their GPS location publicly, or even at the hands of the people who need it most to actually see where these people are, to make sure that they're following their terms of release. Now, how ridiculous is that? That we're telling them that, okay, we're gonna, instead of housing you in jail or prison, we're gonna release you at the utmost, terms of release, that the public's gonna be safe, and we're watching them. But yet we're not really watching them, and even when we are, we can't get that information till days later, till multiple more crimes can be committed. So frustrating year after year to give these speeches and feel like it's going nowhere. It's literally torn my life upside down. Literally, I feel like every breath I take, it's like, okay, what's next? And feeding off the youth thing is that I've tried to get, like she was talking about the DARE program. I've tried to get gun violence programs within APS. I've tried to do multiple task forces, multiple different things, and everything falls to the wayside because of red tape. because of political agendas, because of the most things that I can talk about. And it's so frustrating to me that I just have kind of given up to a certain degree. Last year, I have only spoken at certain events that I was very passionate about, or when it comes to like law changing, but other than that, kind of taking a step back.
Thank you, Angel. And I know you're not alone in being frustrated. And I do want people to know that there is a whole army of moms and survivors online right now. And they were upset that saying they weren't in this room being filled, but they're at work because they have jobs and they're listening. And they won't stop either. And I don't think any of us up here will stop to try to find justice for your loved ones. So truly, I appreciate you being here today. Mr. Baker, you talked about the felon in possession, and I know we talked about it earlier. You hadn't arrived. And we talked about the district attorneys kind of using that as a throwaway law and really giving these offenders a plea down. And so even when you're talking about homicide, sometimes they're getting a slap on the wrist and only having to spend 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 6 years in jail. And they're not even using that felon in possession. So how do you think we can tackle that issue just by itself?
Madam Chairs, members of the committee, Representative Chavez. I think that's a great question, a great observation. So I have some thoughts and I'm grateful to be able to share them. There's a couple things. And the first thing is this. I suggest a vernacular change in New Mexico. And what I mean by that is the same kind of vernacular we've used in human trafficking. Let's not let New Mexico be a permissive state for previously convicted felons to continue to perpetrate their violence. Like, let's make a change in the way we approach this. And the reason why I mention that is that being a felon in possession of firearm is characterized as a property crime. It is a non-violent crime by definition when you let that sink in. But I would submit to you that when a child or another prohibited person takes a firearm into a protected space, like, I don't know, let's say a public school, for example, that represents probably the highest risk scenario that exists within society. But yet that's a property crime, a non-violent crime. I've said it a few times in testimony before you, and I'll say it again today. You show me a police officer murdered during the course of doing their work, I will show you a previously convicted felon who possesses a firearm, who flouted the law and its consequence. That is not a nonviolent crime. That is a preparatory crime designed to make sure they're able to either continue their criminal enterprise or not be taken into custody by those we entrust to do the same. So what we have suggested historically models much more like the federal system. Many of you will remember back in 2015, a person whose name I will not use to give them any publicity murdered one of our police officers, whose name I will use, Daniel Webster, who's a hero in this community. Surprising no one, that person was a previously convicted felon. During the same time frame that was being discussed here by Ms. O'Leary, it became necessary to charge him using the federal system simply for being in possession of the gun to ensure that he wasn't free pending his trial. That is a huge problem, that New Mexico can't hold its criminal offenders on such egregious criminality, but yet the federal government at the corner of Eubank and Central, city of Albuquerque, Bernalillo County, state of New Mexico, same exact jurisdiction, has a tool that, and no doubt is going to hold that offender. In New Mexico, what I have suggested is that the vernacular change be from, that is not a property crime, it's a predicate violent crime. It is something that is a precursor to violence. We see the impacts. Let's not wait until it's too late. And then let's start handling it in such a way that the penalty is such that a jurisdictional prosecutor is using it as the leverage the other direction, not as a throwaway charge, as was suggested correctly by the representative. I have suggested in multiple iterations of testimony that be raised to a second-degree felony with a mandatory minimum sentence that mirrors the federal system. And I can relate to what you said earlier. You're right. Sometimes I'm the one sitting at that table when it's either being tabled immediately or it's not being scheduled at all, and I'm sitting in my office waiting to go make my case for the debate. I am not a legislator. I don't get to vote, but I sure as heck want to share the experience that I have. So I think if you make the penalties sufficient enough to disincentivize the criminality, remove the stigma that that is a non-violent crime, and start handling it in such a way that it should be contemplated with more seriousness, are my suggestions.
Thank you so much. And, you know, clearly the system is failing New Mexicans. The laws don't hold violent repeat offenders accountable. And I'm glad you raised his name. In 2015 is when we started Robbed. Repeat offenders bring death, devastation, and destruction. An organization that was created because our loved ones were killed by violent repeat offenders. Officer Benner was the first one that year. For Julie, his wife. Officer Webster was in October. Baby Lily was in October. My son was in June. 2015 was a hell of a year. And I'm going to tell you guys, that was 10 years ago. And I'm sitting here now hearing the same excuses and going through the same reasons things haven't been passed before. And I hope that 2016 is different, so that victims are no longer tired of trying to voice their stories. Thank you.
Senator Brantley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you guys both for being here. Thank you for sharing your story. I know that you feel like it's falling on deaf ears and you expressed frustration, but it's important. Not only you were honoring him, but you were refusing to let others forget about it. And this is how we change it for both of you, for what you're doing. Thank you. Mr. Baker, I have never missed an opportunity to be a very strong critic of this governor. I have been very critical of her leadership in CYFD, but the reality is when it comes to public safety, that's not fair. And so it is not a partisan issue. And while we may, myself included, have been quick to point fingers on a number of issues, I don't think the governor's office deserves the blame to the extent that perhaps we have led, maybe the general public believes that it is falling on the shoulders of the executive office. It's not fair to her. Because the reality is that she has had great leaders in place when it comes to public safety. We had Tim Johnson, we had Troy Weisler. I am very respectful of the work that DPS Secretary Bowie does, yourself. Why can we not get things done? I want to give this office a lot of credit for that public safety tour that you mentioned. It was a year in the work, going into a failed public safety session where Republicans were showing up to work. We were excited about that. And what a joke that turned out to be, and how disrespectful to all New Mexicans, regardless of party affiliation, because it was at the Spear. We had the governor who was leading that effort, and Republican legislators and lawmakers coming to the table willing to put party politics aside to get something done. And to be very direct, we can talk about things we really don't come out in our interim committees. And that is, we have a few, and it's not fair to generalize them all, but we have a few Democrats in leadership who are refusing to pass meaningful legislation that would not just impact crime statistics in New Mexico, but would save lives immediately. We are held hostage by political games. Politics are poisoning good policies. That's the reality that New Mexicans need to know, is that we're being hijacked and we're at the mercy of some of these committee chairs who just won't even hear the bill. But I'm going to ask you some hard questions. If we're just talking about the politics that are preventing passage of this bill, why do we think that 2026 is going to be any different on the governor's last term out, last legislative session out? And then to put a little bit of pressure back on your office, we need the governor as the de facto head of the Democrat Party to wield her political power to get these people in line. And you may say, well, that's easier said than done. And I assume you will. But for goodness sakes, when she wanted to legalize marijuana, we got called back in and did that in a matter of hours. The same people that refused to hear the bill before they were put in check there. How do we as Republican lawmakers and even Democrat lawmakers who are sick of this help your office put pressure on the very, very few? It's not even a majority of lawmakers, because it's not making it to in some cases to the floor to vote. It's not even the majority. How do we help you cut the political tape, see through this crap from a few individuals who are preventing passage of this bill? How do we help you in the last 30 days?
Madam Chairs, members of the committee, thank you for all of not only the questions, but the statements, because I forgot to acknowledge this, but I saw many of you at many of those public safety town halls, including some of you at multiple public safety town halls, including Senator Bernalillo, who I had the opportunity to visit with in Carlsbad, wherein some of the constituents, in my opinion, and maybe you'll agree, erroneously blame the executive for carry out of things that we just discussed. If it's not in the law, the executive can't carry it out. And you backed me up and you said what you just said earlier, which was, hey, I have never been shy to criticize the places where I disagree. However, this is a nonpartisan, non-political issue. And I will tell you that that has been one of the single most difficult things that I've encountered during my time here, is that I'm not a politician. I am trying to pass and testify on behalf of things and lead from a place where we can make positive changes for New Mexicans. And regularly, it's Sisyphean. Like, I roll the ball up the hill and then it comes back down the hill. I roll the ball up the hill, come back down the hill. Your question is, how do we do it differently? And I think the answer is we must continue to persevere. So not quitting is step number one, which the governor is committed to doing. She does not view public safety as a partisan issue. Many of the bills introduced in the special session and in other sessions have been introduced by Republican lawmakers, period, on her behalf, with her number on them. I think we must continue. I think reaching out to the constituency, because you saw when we were both in Carlsbad, but more particularly when we were in Las Cruces, there were 650 people in the town hall in Las Cruces, and we stayed until 1 o'clock in the morning. That was not a two-party group of folks. They may be registered as one party or the other, but this is about a singular topic, which is not partisan, public safety. I think the key is going to be having those constituents message to the folks that they send to Santa Fe, because I mentioned it in my opening remarks, the incongruency between what I heard from the constituents to what I hear in those committee rooms is something that I cannot answer to why that exists. I am baffled by it, I am frustrated by it, and I am troubled by it. But one thing that I'm going to continue to do, and I'm proud to work at an office that's going to continue to show up until the finish line, that is not going to slow down, that's going to redouble the efforts to continue to introduce legislation that will move the needle on public safety. I don't have the answer that solves the problem, which I know you know. But what I will suggest is that my boss, our governor, is a strong advocate to continue beating this drum that public safety should be a priority in New Mexico. And I'm proud that she's going to continue to send me and others that work in our executive to continue to forward these bills. And I remain optimistic based on what I saw in the thousands of community members who we interacted with from diverse political spectrums, singleness of purpose in reducing the violence that people are experiencing in New Mexico.
Keeping New Mexico safe should not be a partisan issue. And to be very fair, the far right is pretty quick to say, well, crime is up. We're most dangerous state in the nation. Well, because we have a Democrat governor. Well, because of Michelle Lujan Grisham, of course. Reality is that's not fair. We're not even getting these bills to her desk. And in many cases, she has even called us in for a special session to demand that bills get on her desk. So to give credit where credit is due, she certainly deserves it on this. Another thing is because of that narrative, the general public is very unfamiliar with how the process of these bills work. And so for everyone listening, it's important to recognize that every bill that has come up today will have to get passed through two very important committees, House Judiciary and Senate Judiciary. And that is often the holdup for a lot of meaningful legislation on both sides. That is why the bills, if I'm being frank, that is the holdup. That is the bottleneck of what is preventing New Mexico from being a safe state. So get to know those committees. Many of the Republicans on those committees are before you today. Understand why these meaningful bills you have advocated for a decade, and many others just like you, where they're getting lost in the system and who is preventing their passage. Because to give credit where credit is due, it is not, they are not dying on the governor's desk. They are not even reaching for a vote for general legislation. And I will tell you, we may be in the minority, but we are in the majority, and I believe probably the majority of lawmakers too, if it were to come to a final vote. We are sick and tired of this, and the majority of New Mexicans are ready for tough on crime bills that put victims and put New Mexicans first, and frankly, put the bad guys behind jail. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you, Ben, for all you've done across the state, and thank you for sharing your story again and again.
Representative Martinez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me just start off by addressing both of you. Ms. Alida, never stop making the voices of the victims heard. That is important. It's hard, it's frustrating, it's emotional, but you have to keep on doing it. These victims deserve for their names to be heard. We hear all about the perpetrator. Criminals' names are spread all over the world and they're famous. We need to make sure that the names and the voices of these victims get just as much attention. So thank you for what you're doing. Don't give up. Understand that there are people in Santa Fe that do support your efforts. Mr. Baker, I want to tell you that I have the utmost respect for you because I was a policy director for veteran services for years. I know how hard it is to keep that straight line, neither Republican nor Democrat. I appreciate your advocacy, and I'm sure up in the office you have to advocate just as hard sometimes to get this supported. I do want to ask you a question. I'm not sure if you were here for the presentation before you, but there was a lot of talk about siloing the efforts. Is this something that you think that the administration would support? Is getting rid of those silos and, maybe somehow, I don't think we can force these agency heads to talk or share information, but I think the fourth floor could strongly suggest that. Do you think that's something that would, that the administration would support, and do you think that it would be effective?
Madam Chair, members of the committee, Representative Whip Martinez, thank you for the kind words and also the question. So I came in at the part where the committee in front of us was discussing the siloing of discrete, whether it be law enforcement jurisdictions, whether it be kind of governance jurisdictions like federal, state, local, tribal. And what I'll offer to you is the simple answer is yes. So I was very grateful to about 2 months ago, I called for the first time during the governor's administration, all of the federal agency heads to the Roundhouse, and they met with the governor at her request. She has been invited to meet with federal law enforcement agency heads historically, generally facilitated by the U.S. Attorney's Office. We invited all of those leaders to the Roundhouse and we met with them and we discussed just that, which was how do you collaborate to leverage better outcomes? And the answer, and I heard it raised in the testimony before us, is communication. One must share intelligence in order to defeat the kind of single purpose enemy, whether it's violence, whether it's narcotics traffickers, whether it's human traffickers. Communication is the key. I will offer to you a suggestion of what is currently happening up north in Rio Arriba County, and I'm grateful to be participating in managing how we're doing that executive order. And let me tell you, we have 11 law enforcement agencies from very discrete and different jurisdictional purviews in one of the most singularly diverse geographic regions, certainly in New Mexico, maybe not the planet, where you have a sovereign pueblo smack dab in the middle of the city of Espanola, county of Rio Arriba, state of New Mexico, and all of the other jurisdictional historical obstacles that come with that. What we are finding is unifying that group of leaders, sharing information regularly, which is something that we do weekly with all of those agency heads down to the folks that are delivering the services, and then robustly supporting their efforts, whether it's with person power or whether it's with equipment and communication capabilities, is making a significant difference based on the feedback we are getting from residents in that community. And so I do think that is the answer. And I do think not only is the governor in our office in favor of those things, I think they have been leading towards that effort with many of these moves that are already being made. I see no reason why there wouldn't be an appetite to support an increase of law enforcement, particularly communication for intelligence, to the end of reducing violence. Absolutely.
I appreciate that, Mr. Baker. And since you brought up Rio Arriba County, I want to appreciate you and the governor for leading that effort. I grew up on the west side of Espanola. I have family there who I'm constantly worried about their safety, worried about, the younger kids getting involved in all the nonsense up there. I want to appreciate you and the governor for taking the lead, stepping away from the politics of everything, and making sure that our citizens are taken care of. I would like to continue the discussion with your office about ways to end this siloing of efforts, because these agencies, when they cooperate with each other, they become a force multiplier. And I think once they realize that, I think we'll have a lot more buy-in. But I appreciate it. I appreciate you both. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative, we have Senator Block.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Baker, thanks for being here, man, from the governor's office. Really appreciate your time. And I got a couple things for you here in a minute. I want to start with Ms. Alir and just give you my deepest condolences on the loss of your son. It is awful, and that's no club any mother like you and Representative Chavez should ever be in. And I am deeply, deeply sorry. And quite frankly, the system failed you. Failed your son. Let me ask you a question that I've asked several people now during this. It's regarding cashless bail. Angel, is cashless bail a good thing for the safety of New Mexicans?
No, and that's what led to my son's career being out in the street.
Well, I appreciate you saying that, because if you said it is a good thing, I would have told you I got some beachfront property in Rio Rancho to sell you. It's an awful thing. It's an awful thing.
What they're trying to sell all of us is that we are safe, that doing all they can.
Yep. And when these incidents happen, I would argue it's like, for you and Nicole, it's like a scab being ripped off a wound again. And you are living through the same bullshit or same stuff over and over again. And I absolutely hate it. And, we're at the bottom of so many lists in New Mexico. But we get the best criminals. We got great criminals here in New Mexico. I mean, they're good. Right, Ben? They're good. These people are so good that they can steal the socks off your feet while you're wearing shoes. They're that good.
Stiller was at his office switching batteries 2 hours ago.
Yeah.
With my son.
Yeah. What a great guy. I wish him to burn in hell, quite frankly. But let me kind of get through the emotional part for me. Because we just can never forget Devin. Never forget him. Or Austin, or Nicole's son, or so many others. Because of, quite frankly, the word is cowards. Just cowards in Santa Fe. Mr. Barker talked about the 2024 session and it reminded of the crime bill special session. And I thank the governor for that. You know, I've talked to the governor privately on several issues, and we have a good relationship. I like her. Don't agree with her on a lot of things, but I think she's coming to the dance a little late on the crime stuff because she's trying to cement her legacy, and I get that. You know, in 2025 in the Senate, Senator Brantley and I were on the floor debating a crime bill, and we put forward about 8 amendments to strengthen that crime bill up. 8 amendments. Everything from juvenile crime to harsher sentences. I mean, you name it. It was great. You know how many Democrats supported us, Angel, on those amendments? Just take a guess. You're shooting way too high. Take a guess. None. None. That's criminal. And I would have appreciated, maybe the governor did, so correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Baker. But if the governor can use her power and influence of her position for her legislative agenda and priorities, that she could have used it to help us out on the Senate floor last January, February, when we were arguing to keep New Mexicans safe. We never got anything. And I don't know if she pushed and prodded and kicked her colleagues on the D side, but I'll tell you, I mean, there's only a few Ds over there on the Senate side, Mr. Baker, that has some common sense. And unfortunately, none of them helped us out. None of them. It wasn't just helping us out, by the way, it was helping out the survivors and the victims of crime. They refused to lift a finger. And many of them represent some of the worst crime-ridden areas in New Mexico. The International District. That's one. There are so many others. Heroin Alley in Espanola. How many people are dying every day up there because of fentanyl? So, you know, let me ask you this, Angel, real quick. And Mr. Baker, and I understand your argument. I guess we have a lot of people out there in New Mexico that have warrants. And if we bring all of them in, we're going to have overcrowding. If the scumbag killer who took your life son was held accountable, would your son be alive today?
I think so.
Do you care if he is uncomfortable in a detention center? Can criminals commit crime against the public when they're locked up in a detention center?
Absolutely not.
I agree with you. That's common sense, right? I think you would agree with that, Mr. Baker. Criminals can't commit crime against the public if they're locked in to a detention center, whether it's overcrowded or not. I slept in way worse conditions in the military, Mr. Baker. Way worse conditions I've served in.
Madam Chair, Senator, I totally agree, and it's a testimony that I've offered in front of committees of our.
I appreciate that, and I appreciate that. Because I could care less, I could really care less if criminals are uncomfortable. I care more that you're safe, that our district attorney is safe in her home from the 13th Judicial right there, Ms. Romo. I care about the father of a boy who was kidnapped 2 years ago, is safe in the family. This is atrocious. And Mr. Baker, the governor's got to exert some power and influence to put a boot up some of these people's colon, to kick some common sense in them, and to put the people first over. You know, you talked about this not being a partisan issue, but it is a partisan issue. One side of the aisle is not helping us. That's totally partisan. I totally disagree when my colleagues up here say crime's not a partisan issue. It is a partisan issue. The nonpartisan part is the victims and the survivors that are left behind holding the bag, burying the coffin with their loved ones. complete failure of leadership in this state for years and years and years. You know, the previous governor didn't do us any favors either by cutting back on all the behavioral health issues, putting people on the street. Let's be honest about that. I'm a Republican. I'm a proud Republican. But when my elected leaders of my particular party do something wrong, I call them out. I never thought as a freshman senator I would see such spineless, cowardice actions as I saw in this session. And I'll only be 30 more seconds, Madam Chair. Never thought I would see such spineless, cowardice people up there in the session. Do you know why? I'll tell you. Because we were told in several committees, and you know this, don't worry, we have the votes to kill this. The other side, they're going to support us. And they flip. And then we talk to them after, what do they say? I was threatened to lose my committee chair, or I was threatened to lose my committee. So I know the other side doesn't believe in this radical, idiotic agenda, coddling criminals versus protecting Devon. On our side, we make mistakes. But I'll tell you what, you look at the session, Mr. Baker, in the last session, the caucus was almost 50-50 when it came to the vote there in the special session, 7-6. Because we're not held, Angel, as Republicans on our side. You better vote this way, you're gonna get punished. God forbid you speak up at an interim criminal courts thing and call out the chairwoman of the Rules Committee in Judicial Court because she brought a lawyer in who was her law partner. You think that's right, Mr. Baker? Probably not. If you think that's right, I got a wonderful, beautiful lake to sell you in downtown Deming. Absolutely not. It is mind-boggling, the shenanigans that go on up there in Santa Fe. And coming from a career as an officer, over 20 years in the Air Force, as a combat veteran, I never thought I would see what I saw when we hold integrity first, service before self, and excellence in all we do as core tenets of our heart and why we serve. It's not that way in Santa Fe, and it's sad. And I hope the governor, whatever time she has left, can really help us out and have a full court press, because we're willing to help her. You'll get all 16 of us Republicans in the Senate, I'm sure all of them in the House, to support her for tough crime bills that hold people accountable in jail so we don't have more Devons in the ground, dead, gone, with his picture inserted in a family picture every year. You don't want that, do you? Absolutely not. Then your side needs to get it together and get on the same page as you and the governor. Angel, may we never have another Devon again. And I'm sorry that this state and this system and the legislature failed your son. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And just, I'd just like to say, Angel, thank you for coming here and telling your story again. I know that it gets old to do it and it reopens those wounds. I actually was the prosecutor on the library shooting, and every time I had them come up here, I just kept losing victims because I just couldn't do it anymore. It kept reopening their wounds. And so you have some type of inner strength that's making you able to do this. So I would encourage you to keep standing up for your son and standing up for what you believe in. And again, thank you for sharing your story. And also, Mr. Baker, we always appreciate you coming. I had a couple questions for you. We went into the special session and we passed that bill reporting the crime data to DPS. How is that working? As you know, that's been passed now. Or is that starting to come together? Are we sharing data?
Yeah, Madam Chair, members of the committee. So, yeah, I think one of the things, and it's to Representative Martinez's point earlier, is that, you know, putting things in as budget items to, you know, to solidify, let's say, a year's worth of stuff is one thing. I do think that there will be some massive benefits to systemic changes to how we do many of these big picture processes. Data reporting is one of them. So, for example, I'm still wholly reliant upon the administrative office of the courts and their willingness to give me data, which they do, and they're incredible professionals there. One of the things that's really important is as we spread out intelligent-led policing and data integration in real time, because what you really need to know is how things are occurring now, not what happens at the end of this protracted prosecutorial effort. So yes, things are going well. I do think there is a tremendous amount of margin for improvement, particularly as it relates to expediency.
All right, thank you. And I guess and I think I may know your answer to this, but why do you believe New Mexico is considered the most unsafe state in this country?
So, Madam Chair, members of the committee, the straightforward answer is when I was 21 years old, I looked down the barrel of a previously convicted felon's gun while he was shooting it at me in this community, serving you, trying to. And almost 30 years later, that problem hasn't gotten better, it's gotten worse. Our tolerance for folks who well disclose what their intentions are within our community is our problem. I believe in rehabilitation for those who are willing to accept it. I believe in opening every door for a person that is willing to walk through it. Unfortunately, I know hundreds of violent felons, and I only know like a handful of rehabilitated previous, folks who've stepped outside the lines. I want to see that reversed. And I think it starts with disincentivizing violent behavior. That's the fundamental.
And so does that go back to why you have this strong belief in the felon in possession of a firearm change?
If I can be completely honest with this group, it has baffled me during the entirety of my professional time to understand who the lobby is for previously convicted felons to flout the law by picking up an unnecessary item made out of plastic and metal to use violence in our community. I can't understand where that advocacy comes from and why that is so strong. Yes, that is the fundamental problem.
And I kind of think that when you do charging documents in district court and you file them, as DA Romo knows, that court makes you file the top charge, murder, and you go down, and felon in possession often back in the day when it was a 4th degree felony ended a 4th or 5th charge. And so you see so many. Now for me, it was always very important to have that on their record. I might skip the next 3 charges and say, no, you're going to plead to count 5 felon in possession and ag burglary or whatever it might be. But I think what happens is when it's so far down on that list, it just gets dismissed by prosecutors because they're doing plea agreements. It's not, I see it all the time. It's not in their mind to like, hey, I want to see that on their record. And I really, like in my office, my policy was that was not a dismissible crime. That was one that you had to plead to. I didn't care what else was there, that had to be included in the plea or whatever you did. And so I think there's just a lack of prosecutors. Obviously, the offices don't have many plea agreements being done. And I think if we could pop the penalty up higher, it'd move it up in that list of, like you said, higher up on the criminal information, higher up on the grand jury indictment, to where it is that hanging charge that, they might say, okay, you got to plead to this 2nd degree felony or whatever. The one thing I would say though is we've in the rural areas, it's a problem for us because we don't get the cooperation from the U.S. attorney like you get here in Albuquerque, and they'll tell us, well, you got a really bad person in the community who maybe just has a felon in possession charge, but I know this is somebody who's wreaked havoc on Clovis for 20 years. Feds, will you take it? And they don't want to take it. And so they come and they say, yeah, we can get 10 years on this guy, where we could get at that time 18 months. And I can't get him to take it. And there's nothing wrong with the case. It's not, it's strong charging. And so I hope that we can get the U.S. attorney and whatever influence you have when you guys work together to expand to more of the rural areas and help us out a little too, because the bad players are in the rural areas just like they're here in Albuquerque. And it is a problem that I've noticed as a prosecutor for 30 years now, that the feds aren't that willing to help on felon in possession crimes. And I don't know if you want to address that.
Madam Chair, just very quickly, I think you're absolutely right. One thing that I had in my notes and I wanted to touch on, I'm glad you reminded me. Last year's session, State of the Judiciary address by Chief Justice Thompson, mentioned to the joint group legislative body that 1.5% of cases are brought in federal court in New Mexico. And the reason why that's significant is he's highlighting the fact that all of the rest of them are handled in state court. And so to your larger point, there is a really small fraction that the federal court is going to be able to manage irrespective of any other detail. And then further delving that down to regionalization, like you suggested, our reliance upon that as a bailout for the people that kill our police officers or are terrorizing our communities is simply not a good strategy for the long term, because they lack the capacity to help in a meaningful way regionally. And then 1.5% is not enough anyways. And they are glorious. That's why we love them, is the tool they have is really useful. And
Great.
may I just say, I'm a fan of your methodology for prosecution. Thank you for your work in that, and thank you for your policies about not fleeing that away.
Yeah, that just changes from DA to DA, but that was always my policy. But, these officers are getting killed in rural areas. We all know that. And so, but again, thank you for coming, both of you, for your presentations. I know we got a little behind, but again, we're supporting this legislation that the governor is liking, that we're talking about. So, anything we can do to help, we're happy to help you. So thank you guys. All right, so we're going to move on to the next presentation, barriers to holding repeat offenders. And we have Josh Boone, Chief Deputy District Attorney from the 2nd Judicial District, and Barbara Romo, District Attorney with the 13th Judicial District. And so we're asking everybody if you'll keep the mics kind of pulled up so we can grab the sound from you, and just do about a 5-minute presentation on the topic, and then we'll really more spend time on questions and answers if that works for you. Okay, and then Mr. Boone, are you on a time crunch? Did I hear you needed to get out of here?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Allegedly have court at 2 o'clock, and the judge wouldn't allow me to zoom in, but I'm not going to confirm that I may have somebody covered.
Okay, well, we'll let you go first then, so you can give an opening statement or some opening remarks, and then okay, all right, thank you.
Okay, thanks, Josh. Madam Chair and committee members, thank you for allowing me this opportunity to come and speak on this very important and continually frustrating and controversial subject. The one big issue that I have seen since 2017, when all of this went into effect, was, and I think there's reasons for it, which will overlap a little bit in my presentation, but there is no consistency across the state and sometimes within districts in how judges apply the standard, the rules, the factors that they're supposed to use. And because of that, it's very difficult sometimes as a prosecutor to decide when to file a pretrial detention motion. And the reason for that is, yes, as a prosecutor, I could just say, well, any person who rapes a child under, 13 for 7 consecutive years should be in prison. But I have to also think about the victim and their expectations. And one of the worst things I think as a prosecutor you can do to a victim and their family is to give them unrealistic expectations. And I just recently indicted a case out of a different district, and it was a rape of a 7-year-old girl. It happened for 7 years until she was 14, and I mean full-on rape. But talking to the prosecutors and the defenders in that particular district, I found out that it was very, very unlikely that the pretrial detention motion would be granted, number one, and number two, that the judges in this district expected to hear from the victim, even though it's, the rules of evidence don't apply. So I had to have that conversation with the family and tell them, I know you want him to be arrested. I want him to be arrested too, but this is the way the law is right now in New Mexico. I did receive some information from one of Josh Boone's colleagues, and I think he can speak more to this, but I know in their district, the district judges rotate the duties, right, for deciding pretrial detention motions. Well, it was Chief Deputy Lyon. She sent me a chart that showed for certain crimes, it could be 50%, 60%, 70%. And what that tells me that it's not depending on the type of crime, it's depending on which judge is hearing it, right? So it's a real problem. And I think one of the problems, frankly, is because the burden of proof, for whatever reason, it's clear and convincing evidence, which it's higher than probable cause, it's higher than civil, but it's lower than beyond a reasonable doubt, right? Well, you might think, well, why does that matter? Well, it matters because we have probable cause to arrest someone. We have probable cause to charge someone, to indict someone. And then if you want to keep someone in jail, it jumps up to clear and convincing. Why? Why? There's no logical reason for that. And because our district judges, especially the ones, unless they're in a district that still does civil law too, they see criminal law primarily. It's criminal law. They may have civil law background, but they're criminal lawyers and they're criminal judges. They very rarely see clear and convincing. The only time I know of, and Chairman Reed can correct me if I'm wrong, but is not competency, but in dangerousness hearings, when we're trying to put someone in the Las Vegas Behavioral Health Center after they've been found dangerous, the prosecution has to show by clear and convincing evidence that the crime was committed. So the judges aren't used to seeing clear and convincing evidence. But it's just like when you present a case for preliminary hearing or grand jury, it's probable cause. And that's why you don't need as much evidence. I do a murder case in an hour at a grand jury, which will take 5 days in trial. And there's a reason for that, because the standard recognized is probable cause. And the system is built so that there are already protections along the way. Okay, even if the person is held, let's say the person is held on a pretrial detention motion, there still has to be probable cause found. So, I mean, it seems backwards to me. And not only that, and then you go, if you had a probable cause hearing, and then you have to show by clear and convincing evidence, it seems like redundancy to me. But I don't understand why the necessity to raise the burden of proof from probable cause to clear and convincing. And because I think that is a confusing standard in the criminal justice system, and the criminal side, it's very hard for prosecutors to meet that standard for a lot of reasons. First of all, there's not a lot of case law on the criminal side that defines what clear and convincing evidence is. And you can see that the differences, and it's not the type of case. The same exact type of case, a person can be held, aggravated battery. I mean, some of the cases that Natalie sent me, I mean, they're aggravated battery with a deadly weapon, something like 50 or 60% granted. Well, it's the same crime. You're using a deadly weapon to assault or hurt somebody. Why isn't it the same standard? And along with that, part of the reason that it's hard for us as district attorneys is because law enforcement, and this is definitely not a dig on law enforcement. I love our law enforcement agencies. We have a great group of law enforcement officers in Sandoval County and Valencia County and Cibola County, but they're shorthanded too. I got a call a few weeks ago. I guess it's been more than that now. From Senator, I think it's Senator Baca in Valencia County, and we had a homicide. And he found out before I did that the person had been released, and he wanted to know why. And I said, well, without checking, I would assume it's probably one of two things. Either we didn't get notice that the magistrate was going to be hearing conditions of release, or we got the notice And we didn't have enough information from law enforcement to file a good faith pretrial detention motion. And so I called my deputy in Valencia County, and it was both. It was both. The magistrate had set the hearing for a pretrial, not for pretrial detention, for conditions of release hearing, and we got the notice at 9 o'clock that morning. Well, my prosecutors didn't have enough information from law enforcement to make an argument. Even though it turned out that there was a video camera. The victim had a video camera and the whole thing was recorded. Had we known that, had we had that in hand, we could have stopped the magistrate from releasing them. Hopefully, we could have at least appeared or filed some kind of motion. So I think the fact that there's that time delay sometimes between the time it gets to magistrates make the decision before we even have an opportunity to file our motions under the rule. And our experience has been that once that someone is released, it's very hard to file a pretrial detention motion afterwards to get them back in. It just is. Because judges almost universally say, well, they haven't done anything since they were arrested, so it's very hard. And the other thing I think that makes it difficult is just that there's not enough attention paid anymore or emphasis given to the nature of the crime. Like I said, I would venture to guess that if I asked everybody on this panel and probably everybody in this room, if someone who continually raped a 7-year-old girl for 7 years should be incarcerated pending trial, especially when the evidence is great. And I would venture to say most people would say, of course. And I think that's what's missing from this whole system, the way it's laid out, is common sense. And I think judges have become afraid to use their common sense. They're so focused on this clear and convincing standard that there is no reasonable conditions that can reasonably protect the public. Well, even experts, psychologists and psychiatrists can't predict dangerousness. And they expect us to show a judge by clear and convincing evidence with probably less than the full case why there's not any conditions in the world. I mean, any condition can be violated. Look at restraining orders. They get violated all the time. You know, it's almost become like clear and convincing is almost beyond a reasonable doubt. And finally, kind of along with the nature of the crime, I think that it is a mistake that perhaps the legislature can fix that certain violent misdemeanors are not eligible for pretrial detention motions. And there have been cases. One of them was out of Sandoval County. The individual was released on a domestic violence. It was a misdemeanor domestic violence. But then he ended up going after her and murdering her in the parking lot in Albuquerque. So there has to be, and if we had that, we could look at his history, because one of the things that we do when we look at some of domestic violence cases, we look at the pattern. Is it escalating? And I don't honestly remember in his case whether it was escalating or not. But that is something that we could look at and show the judge, yes, judge, he's only had misdemeanors, but look at them. First he shoved her, then he hit her, then he punched her. I saw a couple on the seconds list. It was, I guess they break it down by strangulation. Domestic violence by strangulation is a felony. But not all of them were held, only about half were held. I mean, I think because of the system is, I guess the bottom line is, and I know I've gone more than 5 and I apologize, is that the system leaves out common sense. And I know as prosecutors, we're not supposed to look at propensity. Okay. But common sense tells us if someone is constantly battering someone over and over again, if they get out, they're probably not a good candidate to follow along with what the judge tells them. Even an ankle bracelet can be cut off. House arrest, you know, New Mexico's a big state, especially in the rural areas. How are you going to make sure someone that lives by themselves in a rural area is on house arrest? So thank you for your time. I know I talked a long time and I get to go. And so with that, I guess, turn it to Josh. Hope I didn't steal any thunder.
Josh, anything to add?
Madam Chair, thank you. No, I'll still defer to Mr. Romo on this. I appreciate the panel's indulgence on me playing with two phones while this is going. I believe my 2 o'clock has been covered. So
Oh, perfect, perfect. Okay. Okay, so we'll go ahead and do some questions. Representative Martinez.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, DA Romo. I appreciate the work you do for our county and helping it help keeping us safe. I just have one question for both of you. Lately, I've been looking at the issue of ankle monitors for violent criminals, and I was very surprised to find out that quite a few violent criminals are being released pre-trial with an ankle monitor, knowing how easy it is to remove those things and reoffend, and we're seeing that. In your opinion, do you think that those are effective on the violent side? I understand, non-violent, simple misdemeanors, if we need to do that. I think it's a great idea. But do you think it's effective for violent criminals?
Madam Chair, Representative Martinez, I think it can be. I think it depends on the individual. Certainly, it's something that I ask for if I know I'm not going to get pretrial detention. In the case that I spoke of earlier, excuse me, I will be asking for for an ankle monitor. But if someone who, especially if they have a pattern, if they have a pattern of, and it doesn't necessarily have to be a pattern of felonies, the judge can look at anything in the past. They can. And I think they used to. And I don't know, Josh, if you guys have seen this, but it seems like the judges don't rigorously apply the factors they used to apply. And I don't know if it's because it's clear and convincing. If the defense says, well, we can put him on an ankle monitor, and then he can't, and with a list of places he can't go, including no contact with the victim. Well, how do I, as a prosecutor, argue to convince the judge by clear and convincing evidence that that won't work? That's what I have to do. Has he ever had a history of cutting off an ankle monitor? Well, no. Has he ever been on probation and failed to report? No. I mean, it's a really hard standard, but if it's probable cause, more likely than not, look, he did this thing, he said this thing, he's done this stuff in the past. There's a reason to believe, it's more reasonable than not to believe that if he's released, someone is going to be in danger. So I guess for the majority, if I had to check yes or no, I would say no. They're not as effective as people think they are, but they're better than nothing. Because at least if they cut the monitor off, then there should be an alert, which should immediately go to the DA's office and the court. And again, that's all. I'm not going to get bureaucratic. Every time you add steps and players, it gets more and more complicated, and there's ways for things to fall through the cracks. So there's nothing foolproof, but I guess that's better than nothing. And I hope I answered your question.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and DA Romo. You did, and I understand the frustration in the prosecutor's office. Better than nothing, I guess. You're right. But I've really been looking into the numbers of how many of these violent offenders reoffend while they're wearing that thing, and how long it takes for a response when they cut it off. I've seen in some cases it's taken more than 24 hours for somebody to go check, and that's unacceptable. So I think we need to look at maybe tightening the rules on how this is used. But I do appreciate that. And again, I appreciate what you're doing for our county. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Chavez.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your presentation. I know I've brought legislation for pretrial, and I will say, because Devin's no longer here, clearly GPS monitors don't work a lot of the time, and unfortunately, we've lost a couple lives to that already. So I think when they are violent crimes, homicide, attempted homicide, shooting from a motor vehicle, rape, kidnapping, those should be automatic. We will hold you behind bars until your trial. I don't understand the questioning there. But my question is regarding felon in possession. How often, if you have that number at the top of your head or maybe guess, have you guys used that as a throwaway and not truly held a offender responsible or truly taken that all the way to trial or through the plea agreements for felon in possession at your office?
Madam Chair and Representative Chavez, thank you for the question. I can't say honestly that we've 100% never used it as a throwaway, but what I will tell you is that for all felony pleas, that they have to be approved by our deputies, the supervising attorney in each office. And if the crime involved the use of the weapon, we do not dismiss that. Now, full disclosure, sometimes we will agree to hold it concurrent, run it concurrent with whatever the underlying is, which to me is okay because it gets the plea and it also, the consequences are still there. They're still convicted of being a felon in possession. So not 100%, I wouldn't say, but I would say that if the underlying crime involves use of the weapon, no, we do not use that. We don't dismiss that.
But you will use it as concurrent in that same sentencing if a weapon was used in.
Yes, that does happen. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. And do you have that number?
Sure. Representative, thank you for the question. I don't have a specific number. I don't have a specific number to be able to give you at this time. What I can say is, it comes down to, again, a case by case basis. And oftentimes in cases we're looking at, if somebody is a felon in possession, do we want to use that prior conviction for the charge of the felon in possession? Or is it more advantageous for us to use that prior conviction on multiple other felons to convict? So there's a lot of factors and calculations that will come into play. I wouldn't ever classify the felon in possession throwaway charge. I don't think any attorney's office I've talked with would consider it a throwaway. That's but it becomes complicated in how you want to use that. It's certainly in our certain Romo's office fire, but how we get about a point at some point.
Thank you. And as far as, the habitual offender or other charges, are you saying that you have to use one instead of the other and there's no way that you can use both in order to get a longer sentence?
Madam Chair, Representative, in some instances, yes. So when we have a felon in possession, if we have a prior conviction, we need to be able to use that. We can only use it for enhancements, others, we can't use it for. Oftentimes, and I know we'll do the same, we're often for our federal partners to take a lot of cases to the federal side. Felon in possession carries a lot swifter sentence, or say a harsher sentence, if you will, in the justice, oftentimes swifter than what oftentimes getting our take that position, we do not force it.
Thank you. And I understand that we want to rely on the feds to kind of take that over, but in a lot of instances they don't. And so I think that I hear from victims and survivors of violent crime that they feel like that charge, was a throwaway, and those people do belong to my district. So I guess I just maybe like to sit down with your office, obviously not here, because that's going to take some time, and just pull out some of those cases and maybe look at the reasoning for that, because as you explained, sometimes it's better to use other charges. But I am very curious on how that is worked at different DA's offices across the state. Thank you.
Senator Block.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And DA Romo, you're my DA. So it's good to see you. I hope you're feeling better.
I could wait. Yes, sir.
Yeah, hopefully that's going well. It's good to see you. I'm trying to understand a little bit about what you were talking about with the different standards of evidence to hold people. I kind of, am I wrong in assuming it's more of a subjective standard versus an objective one?
Madam Chair and Senator Block, it is, but of course, that's going to be true for every burden of proof. It's true for beyond a reasonable doubt for the jury. It's their subjective opinion of what that means. Although there's definitions, but yeah, ultimately, it's going to be up to the individual judge whether he thinks that burden has been met, or she thinks that burden has been met.
So as part of the solution, I think you might be advocating for is tightening up some of those definitions to make those subjective judgments a little bit more tighter to hold these people that shouldn't be out on the street.
Madam Chair, Representative Block, I don't know if that per se would solve the problem. It probably would. I think it would be very difficult to come up with that definition because of, ironically, because of what we're talking about. Everybody has a different idea what that means, right? On the other hand, I do think, and this kind of goes a little bit back to what I think someone was mentioning earlier, is that there are certain crimes, and I think there was a bill, I don't remember if it was last year or the year before, where there was going to be a rebuttable presumption for certain crimes. And that would accomplish the same thing. It would take away some of that discretion, right? Because if there's a rebuttable presumption that if you commit first-degree murder, you're being held, then that would be put on the defense, in my view, to prove why they shouldn't be held. And,
so it shifts the burden to the defense versus the prosecution. That's what you're telling me. So the judge, the law would shift that burden where the defense attorney goes in front of the judge to argue his or her point for release.
Madam Chair and Representative Block, yes, that's the way I don't know. That would be very, very hard with the climate of this legislature right now to get that passed. I know that LOPD would.
The climate of the climate of the legislature, what do you mean?
Well, as you pointed out earlier, Senator Block, there are certain members who seem never to want to vote for certain public safety forward bills.
Yeah.
Now, you could do the same thing that would be a compromise of sorts. You still have the rebuttable presumption, and then the judge could, I guess you could, it would be hard to require the prosecutor to show why they shouldn't be held, but I mean why they should be held. That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, no, I appreciate.
I don't know how you could do it without shifting the burden. I think that was the big, I think one of the big obstacles last time, I believe, Senator Block.
Yeah, the climate of the legislature, as you're talking about it, it's interesting that you say it that way, because I couldn't agree with you more. I think we need some climate change in the legislature.
Don't quote me on that, but you can quote me. I don't,
Yeah.
Here, the thing about the district attorney, and I've said this, and Representative Reed knows this, district attorney should not be a partisan position.
I agree. Do you get together with your other DAs and look at other states that are successful models, because New Mexico is not, you would agree with that, to see what they're doing? Because there's got to be some, there's got to be some smart lawyers and legislators out there, excluding New Mexico, that are doing it right. Do you guys ever get together and discuss that as lawyers?
I know that the administrative office of the district attorney has employed, well, I think she's on contract, but you all know her, Ann Kelly. And I know she did some research. I don't know how extensive her research, but I think that was part of her research she did in preparation of that bill a couple of years ago or last year. It wasn't last year, was it? Yeah, well, so I mean, yes, they do.
Do they actually like draft a bill and pick out a couple of people up there in Santa Fe to carry that forward?
Well, we don't draft bills.
No, I know, I know, well, yes, but do you find a ghostwriter
Yes.
to help out the legislator or legislators to push a bill like that?
I don't know if it's been done in the, I'm sorry, Madam Chair and Senator Block. I don't know if it's been done in the past. I do know, though, that we do work closely with some of our more public safety forward representatives. That was very diplomatic on that. Maybe
Well,
I'm a politician. And such as Representative Reeb, and we've taught, what we do normally is, it starts with a conversation. It's like, look, this is something, I have one that Representative Chavez and Chairman Reeb have helped me with. I had an idea, I called them, they have the resources to get it drafted or whatever, and then it goes to all the district attorneys and we look at it, we do a fiscal analysis, we do anybody can make comments or suggestions or changes. So that's usually what we do. And this has been a topic, frankly, Senator, that we haven't had to, because every year since 2017, there's been a legislator that has wanted to introduce some reform that, of course, we have fully supported.
right, yeah, that's why we need climate change, as you said, in the legislature to get things through there. So lastly, I'll just say thank you for what you do. Oh, I'm sorry. Can you tell me what the golden ticket is? Is that a new policy in your office I heard about from somebody?
So, Madam Chair, Senator Block, golden ticket is, how do I say it? It's an organic thing that stemmed out of something. Our office, in an effort through PPD and version of lower level nonviolent cases, we're offering treatment dismissal, is what they're called, case management dismissal, where if somebody has a possession charge, for example, if they go sign up with treatment, typically it's done through the reentry center, through an authorized case manager, through the city of Albuquerque. Typically, we prefer the ACS program because it's vetted by the city.
Can you have a previous felony and be eligible for the golden ticket?
It's a case-by-case basis, but yes, depending on where we're at.
Have you had anyone get the golden ticket and commit a crime after getting the golden ticket?
Sir.
How'd that work out?
Again, it's a case-by-case individual basis. Our ultimate goal is to hopefully get this person to stop. And I think you are quite aware as anybody, treatment's not always the most effective the first time, second, and sometimes we have to move to harsher methods after that.
That would be keeping them in jail away from the public so the public can be safe.
Whatever options are.
That should be the only option. Again, because, you know, we've given people way too many chances, sir, way too many chances. And I think people are just tired of it. If you live here in Albuquerque, you're just tired of it. You see it every day, and yet you lied to about the crime rate going down. The reason why we're here, well, quite frankly, we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for the failed leadership of the mayor of this city, Tim Keller, and the soft on crime people in Santa Fe that refuse to hold these people accountable to protect the public. It's just that simple. That's the common sense you were talking about. It's that simple. So there's a lot of work to be done, and I know you're the right person in the House, Madam Chair, to push a lot of good stuff, because I trust your judgment very much. And I want to thank you both for what you do, and my best to your recovery, Barbara. I hope you recover. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. I wanted to follow up with some questions just because obviously it's a topic I'm interested in too, and co-sponsored, I think, is still with Representative Chavez. But I thought one thing that you said, DA Romo, about depending on the judge. And I know what you're talking about because I think people need to understand where you're in so many different jurisdictions across the state. Obviously, I'm from a very conservative jurisdiction. I don't have one bit of trouble holding somebody on a pretrial detention. They know how to write those orders. They know how to articulate that the person is dangerous and no other conditions of release, will keep the community safe. But then you come to somewhere like here and you have different judges that may be more, I will say, not all my judges are even Republicans. Some of them are independents and Democrats, but it's just a more conservative community. So what are you seeing in your community as far as your judges? I'm not asking to rip on any of your judges by any means, but do you have like certain judges that you know, okay, great, I got this judge, there's a good chance he'll hold or she will hold, and oh no, I got this judge, and they tend to let everybody out? To both of you, I guess.
Madam Chair, I honestly think in our district, we've been pretty lucky. But I do think part of that is because of my policy. We don't file on things that common sense might tell you should file on, because we know that the judges are not gonna, and it's just a waste of everybody's time, and it's not fair. But as far as what we do file, they've all been pretty consistent. I mean, we have a pretty high percentage of our pretrial detention motions being granted, but I wanted, it's interesting that you say that about your former, well, still your district, but I reached out to my fellow district attorneys to see if they'd had any issues. Somebody, and I won't say who it is, in a very conservative district, and emailed me, said, we never have any issues with it. I don't know what you know. I have no issues with it. It's like, okay.
Yeah, I think
Must be fun.
Well, I think it's different, but I think the key thing you're saying is that you're not filing on things that you don't think a judge would hold for. So
Exactly.
to make that clear, and we have this issue sometimes in our district, someone commits child rape, but often sex offenders, when they molest a child, that's going to be the only thing on their record. It's not like they have these histories of doing it. It's generally this first time thing. A kid comes out, says this happened, and then you have no record to show the judge that there's no conditions of release that'll keep the kid safe and the community safe. So they say, oh, let's put them on an ankle monitor, which, by the way, when you're on an ankle monitor, you get day for day credit. So every single day they're on that ankle monitor, they get that against their sentence in prison. I hate ankle monitors because I think that's just freebie time that they're probably running around and not even being monitored most of the time by these programs. But I think, would it be fair to say in probably every jurisdiction that more pretrial detention motions would be filed on cases like that, and serious offenders, if they had some type of record, even though you have a very serious charge? Because you know that, I mean, even in my district, some of those will not get held because they don't have, they don't have a history.
Right.
And sex offenders generally don't have a history. They, all of a sudden a kid discloses. So I know what you're saying, and I think I'm asking this question to you. Would you file more of them and on those types of people if you felt you could get them held?
Oh, absolutely.
And when we talk about the rebuttable presumption, and what frankly the others, the Democrat side, when we're talking about burden shifting, I guess is what Senator Block was talking about. Everyone seems to think it's unconstitutional to burden shift, but don't we burden shift all the time in criminal law? I mean, whose burden is it when you're trying to show someone's incompetent? It's the defendant's burden. It's not our burden, and motions to suppress and things like that. So we burden shift all the time. So when I hear that, but we shouldn't be burden shifting, it's the state's duty to prove it, it drives me crazy because I'm thinking burden shifting, I don't believe is unconstitutional. How are you hearing about that in your communities? And is that a concern for you? Because we did pull this bill up where we did have certain crimes, and you would be presumed to go into detention for murder, for rape, whatever it is, and then would burden shift to the defense to show why you should be released. Would you have concerns about a bill like that? And do you think that's unconstitutional, or do you think burden shifting is unconstitutional?
Madam Chair, I do not. Like you say, there are many instances in the law where the burden does shift to the defense. And even in our state, there are things that don't shift to the defense that in other states do, such as affirmative defenses, self-defense, which I always thought was crazy. They raise the defense, but we have to prove that it wasn't self-defense. But yeah, absolutely. I just a brief, it's just crazy to me because when I was working in Santa Fe, I did exclusively crimes against children and homicides. And we filled out a sheet when we wanted someone held on a bench warrant after indictment. And if it was a first degree child abuse, rape of a child, I always asked for a warrant and I always got it. No questions, right? In fact, there was one time when I don't remember the circumstances, but I didn't ask for a warrant. I had a reason. I don't know what it was now, but the judge looked at it and he went, "Ms. Romo, you approached," and wanted to know why, because it was so unusual. And now it's just flipped.
It's flipped.
And as you know, a lot of, especially child sex cases, there's delayed disclosure, which makes it even harder to get, well, she hasn't even seen him in 15 years. What's the danger? Well, the danger may not be her. The danger may be other little kids. Plus, there's more than one way to harm somebody. Knowing that your abuser, after you've disclosed, is running around free, that's the kind of harm, in my opinion.
Well, and I think it also tells the victim that, nobody's really taking them seriously if they're out running around. What about your opinion on that, Mr. Boone?
Madam Chair, a couple of things actually. If I could go back to address a handful of things that you said. Certainly, I don't think anybody is accused second judicial district, so not violent. What we can tell you is this: based on the numbers that we're seeing, I believe we're probably set to have probably 1,300. And I completely understand any other jurisdiction takes a position. We don't believe our judges want to grant it. I would say we really don't try to take that as often as possible. And it's hard because I get where the other jurisdiction is. The position is, if it's the right thing, even the motion of this person file. But we can always review it later. Now, perhaps we miss something, more information becomes available. And to Ms. Romo's point, you look at where we're at. Well, you look at the different, without calling out any judges specifically, when you have judges that grant PDMs on a consistent basis at about % rate versus other judges that same jurisdiction who grant PDMs at 70%, there is a wild consistency even within. But it doesn't mean just because you have a judge that typically may not file grants, you shouldn't still. So
because you can't excuse them on that.
We can
not at that point, right? And
but a lot of that, and somebody brought this up. I believe, and Mr. Romo, correct me on this, the New Mexico law based on originally that bill.
I think so.
So there's different models throughout different states that we, quite frankly, should be. I don't think there's any one that's perfect. One that's so terrible. I think what we have to do is look at what model is going to be best for us, and then tailor it to our this specific date, this specific. I don't think there's a one size fits all process.
And I'm correct to say that whether you are a flight risk and you've shown to be a flight risk 10 times, that is not even something the judge can take into consideration when holding you on a pretrial detention. Flight risk is not an issue anymore where it used to be.
Madam Chair, I believe that the judge can take it into consideration,
Oh, if you can push your mic up closer.
but it can't be the sole basis. It's kind of like the probation rule where you can use hearsay, but it can't be the sole basis for the decision. I think that's what it is. Is that?
Right, that sounds right.
Okay, that makes sense. So basically, when we all went into the voting booth and voted on this constitutional amendment to change bail reform, to me, I'll admit I voted on it because I thought it looked like it was going to be a bigger opportunity for New Mexican judges to hold more violent criminals. And I feel I got duped, and I think most of probably everybody voted for it and got duped, and it's done the opposite effect of let dangerous criminals out and make it easier for criminals to be out. And so that just still gets me to this day that even somebody as knowledgeable in criminal law as I am, I was telling my friends, yeah, this is going to we're going to be able to hold a lot more people on this if you vote yes for this. And that just is not what happened. So I feel we all kind of got a little, like I said, duped on that constitutional amendment. But anyway, yes, go ahead, Senator, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I voted against that, by the way. So real quick, what do you mentioned an interesting data point. Is there data that is kept that shows by judicial district the pretrial release versus non-release and related to criminal statistics with recidivism?
Madam Chair, Senator Black.
Yeah.
Can I ask a follow-up on that?
Sure.
So when you say by, ask that a different way, 'cause I think.
Okay, so.
Yes, but I'm not sure what you're asking.
All right, let me ask it this way. When you take is it 14? How many judicial districts? Is it 14? So if you take all the judicial districts, right? And you look at each district related to the number of percentage-wise, I guess, of pretrial release, you're releasing those people versus holding those people. How does that affect the crime rates and recidivism in those districts?
Madam Chair.
Do we look at that or not?
Madam Chair, Senator, thank you for the question. I don't know that there is a centralized database of that.
I think the data is there. We just haven't, put that together.
I think you'd have to ask each district whether they are specifically keeping it. I don't believe that AODA keeps that, and I would probably say it's not even necessarily on pretrial release. I would say you probably have to be more specific as to whether PD was granted.
Right. So if it was granted or not, you can go back and pull the string on the various folks who might have committed a crime while out there again that were not granted the PDM.
I think that would be an easier data point to collect because that number is very specific to each district. They should be able to track that.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And I think also, just to clarify, maybe, do you have any information on the number of people that are let out pretrial release and then commit another crime? If you don't, that's fine. But how often does that happen?
Madam Chair, thank you for the question. I can get that number. We have something that would be close to it, but then it always begs the question, what do you or anybody consider another crime?
Okay, they're around again. Okay, well, we thank you guys for a great presentation. I think that was very helpful. And thanks for coming and for being on the fly. Yeah. And for coming with Barb out of recovery. I appreciate it.
Thank you all for the work you're doing. I do appreciate it. And it is heartening to know there are people like yourselves that are working behind the scenes to try to fix this. So I appreciate your work.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Before we go to the next agenda item, I'm just going to give it 5 minutes to Kimberly from End Human Trafficking to give a statement. We're kind of just break the schedule. She's been here and no questions or anything, just to let her make a brief 5-minute statement.
Hello, thank you for making time for me. I have to go into the war zone at 3 o'clock. And first of all, I am Kimberly Wapipa. I'm a survivor advocate for human trafficking here in the state of New Mexico. I was groomed when I was 15 years old, and domestic violence is a forefront of human trafficking. What I have experienced is 1 out of 4 of us Indigenous women have go through violence in their lifetime. And that is a clear fact and statement because of the abuse that we were being exposed. In my advocacy, I've been looking out there fighting missing, helping our missing families find their missing loved one. And I so far recovered 12 missing relatives so far and reported traffickers and drug houses due to my background. And I also want to reach out to you guys that it's also not just this human trafficking has to do with sexual assault, domestic violence, molestation, and other means which is branched out. It's not just one topic or experiences, has to do with a lot. And second of all, I know being an advocate is a big label, but I just want to come on here saying I'm still fighting. I've been domestic violence free for 2.5 years, but through APD, he was never charged. And he put a gun at me, shot at me, and I almost lost my life because he tried to kill me with food poisoning. And I tried to do a restraining order, and APD, the chief downtown knows who he is, but he was never addressed with the restraining order because of his homelessness and drugs. All I got was excuses. And through my experience, I had to go to the hospital, and I almost did not make it through cardiac arrest. And to this day, he's still on the streets here in Albuquerque. And I feel like justice was never served. I have been fighting this for 2.5 years. I relocated my house because he knew where I was at. A piece of paper with the restraining order at one time, he didn't care about it. And I've been fighting for since that because it shows your location of where I live. It's a lot of this restraining order has to change to protect us. And not only that, that's not the first time I've been through violent crime. And I don't want to sit here and be another statistics or be a number in the state so someone can make money off of me of exploitation because I want help. In this whole ordeal, I had to ask myself what was going to do with our 2 kids. CYFD was called on me, but yet my kids were very taken care of. At the same time, I reached out to Mayor Tim Keller, the governor. They did not care. And I do not want to sit here, have a target on my head because I wake up wondering if I'm going to be murdered today when my kids are not going to have a mom. And that's the real statistics that I have to live with every day. And I have pleaded with Mayor Tim Keller, and he sends ACS to my place, and they make false accusation against me because of my daughter who's autistic of sexual assault. So when I talk about the system, well, just by sitting here exposing the system of how it keeps trying to make me feel more independent, which I want to be. Being advocacy is the fact that I sit here with lived experiences that I do not want to go back to. I have argued with APD many times, but they have treated victims such as myself as if we're stupid and we are the perpetrators. And not only that is felt like I've been so invisible during at this time going through a lot of this stuff and asking for help. I got an argument also with the governor's assistant many times on the phone. There has been fentanyl where I live at. So I put it in my hands to take down these drug trafficking house myself because of my experiences. And I'm continually doing it on a volunteer basis. Not only that, I've been very successful reporting like 6, 7 different traffickers in the war zone with the crime commissioners. On top of that is working with APD, trying to collaborate with them, because working with them, they don't want survivor voices. They want someone with a bachelor's degree. But I sit here today with my lived experience being very successful in helping. If there's any way, Madam Chair and committee, that I could, we could be placed in the system where we could also help families, because we've been very successful. Any way to have a job to provide for our family, because we lived the experiences ourselves. We know how to work around the system. We know what these drug cartels are about, or the human traffickers are all about. That's why I'm thankful that you gave me time to speak, because I have to go back in the war zone today again. And the flyers I gave you is the families I advocate for on a personal level through state, city, tribe. And people sit here criticize me saying, well, how come you can't go to the Navajo Nation? The Navajo Nation is charged with sexual assault right now. And we need to get these pedophiles off of the platform, because I don't feel safe to go get help from somebody who is a pedophile too. And I have been molested when I was 7 years old as well. So it's a continuous pattern with us being targeted this way, especially in vulnerability, especially when we're trying to work our way up. But yet the system continues to drag us as if we're nothing again down. And I hate to be criticized of the way people are, but imagine being in my shoes and being trafficked again, and being placed, and especially with the housing program too, and being falsely accused of things like homeworks. I got dropped from the program too. I got an argument with the supervisor. Now I'm sitting here still representing myself, trying to get on another program. So Mayor Tim Keller and the governor has failed me. And everybody else I know who I asked for help, Deb Holland, her human trafficking lifelink failed me too in the past. It's a very destructive system to live in, especially when you're trying to get on your feet and trying to get more independent as a job and everything. Right now, I'm still looking, but I use my advocacy as a big front, because nobody does not understand unless you go through it. And I could say that through my experiences, I'm opening more eyes on the medical field through ACS and other entities out here in the community. And I don't have a 501(c) organization. Mine is more run independently. But I sit here today asking him, pleading that regardless of the bills, we don't want to come on here as like a statistic anymore. Is that we are people, we have families, and we're tired of being exploited. We're tired of the system trying to knock us down all the time. That's just everyday life that I have to live with. And I don't want my kids growing up in the same generational thing. And that's why I want to teaching them the tools of how to not live in poverty state or the system. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have your contact information here. We're committed to helping you in any way you can. So before you leave, we'd like to connect you in the back of the room. We have Brandon here to have an offline conversation to see how on your specific cases we can help you best. But thank you for sharing your story with us.
Thank you for taking your time out. Thank you.
Thank you for being here.
So the next thing on the agenda is Rick May, history of reform efforts and consider legislative solutions. Oh, and Rachel Gudgel, Minority General Counsel. So whoever wants to go first.
I'll go first, Madam Chair. Yes, I'm Rick May. I'm the Policy Director for the House Republican Leadership. My job today is just to provide just a very quick historical overview historical overview of the legislation that's been introduced, anti-crime legislation that's been introduced over the past 5 years. So based upon my research, during the 2021 to 25 legislative sessions, there were 149 pieces of legislation introduced that were directly considered to be anti-crime. Of those 149 pieces of legislation, only 8 of those proposals were approved by the legislature and signed into law. Of those 8, they were related to violent felonies for meritorious deduction, which was a bill introduced and sponsored by the chair. Adding racketeering crimes, there was a probation and parole change, which obviously had probably pros and cons related to efforts in fighting crime. Increase attempted murder penalties, a legislation that withheld bond for people who had violated pre-release conditions, a Crime Reduction Act changes and fund, a robbery and organized retail crime bill, and a generic criminal code change. Those were the 8 bills of the 149 that were introduced. There were 15 other bills that were passed by either the House or the Senate, but yet never became law. There was one of those 149 crime bills, one was vetoed by the governor. Of the 149 legislative proposals, you can break them down into the following categories. 21 proposals dealt with pretrial detention and denial of bail. 17 proposals dealt with crime, drugs and human trafficking. 89 proposals increased penalties for various crimes. 5 proposals dealt with DWI. 11 proposals dealt with vehicle theft or crimes while driving. 2 proposals dealt with victims of crime. 2 proposals dealt with parole changes, as I mentioned. And then there were 2 proposals dealing with crime reporting. Of the 89 proposals we're dealing with increased penalties, a vast majority of those were related to, and we've talked about it all day today, increased penalties for felons with a firearm. Most of the drug trafficking bills were dealt with higher penalties for fentanyl trafficking, and of course the pre-trial detention and denial of bail pieces of legislation included both proposed constitutional amendments and statutory change. There were several other pieces of legislation introduced in the 2025 session that were not directly related, but they were the behavioral health bills that I think you're all familiar with. So, Madam Chair and members of the committee, that's my report.
Right, Madam Chair, we're going to make this really quick. I think a lot of the issues you guys have heard today and quite frankly over the last few years and through the interim have really been the lack of leadership at every level, local level, different levels across different branches of government. Even though there's still a lot the legislature can do to disincentivize crime, there's still a lot each of those 3 branches of government can do on their own. In front of you, you have a draft report. Fairly short, but it follows a lot of the topics we talked about today. On page 18, and we've got some editing to do on this still, but page 18, there is under Appendix B, a list of potential legislation for this task force to consider for the upcoming legislative session. This is not exhaustive. I think there's a number of other things we heard about today that probably need to be added to this list and a few changes that need to be made to some of the things on this list. So we're not going to go through this with you today, but I think to ask for your approval of the draft report subject to editing. And what we'll do is we'll go back between now and December 15, which is our next juvenile hearing, fix this, send a copy out to you guys, and get draft legislation that is clean in the next 2 to 3 weeks. You can start looking at some of those concepts. Again, they're not all correct in the notebooks underneath tab 7, which is reform legislative solutions as well. So that'll give you sort of an idea of what some of that legislative language is looking to be.
And Madam Chair, I forgot to mention, also the back of this draft report is a list of the 149 bills that were introduced from 21 to.
When we get you the corrected copy, that will be Appendix A. Right now it sits in this draft behind Appendix B.
We're not going to go over all these in detail, but I guess I will ask the panel first if they have any questions on anything.
Madam Chair, if I could, Rachel, first of all, thank you guys so much for all the work that's done behind the scenes on this. If you would jot down today's presentation, not only was it suggested that we have a more robust conversation about the unified intelligence system or the fusion system, but if you could include any sort of mirror draft bills from other states that have addressed property asset seizures as well, what that would look like to change.
Madam Chair, you guys changed that property asset statutes probably in the last 16 years. It was under the last administration, so we can go back and look at what the old law looked like and bring a draft.
Rachel, if you just briefly, under that, there was an issue with the fentanyl, the way the fentanyl bill, and it's just kind of technical, but maybe just explain that to the panel briefly so they understand kind of what the issue is, if you don't mind.
Yes, ma'am. House Bill 8, which you guys passed during the regular 2025 legislative session, was the big omnibus crime package bill. There was a new section of law created that created an enhanced sentence for those who were found to traffic fentanyl. So dependent on quantity, it was an additional potential 3 to 5 year sentence. The crime lab, I happened to have a conversation with them at some point this summer, and they were trying to figure out how to implement testing on it, but noted that simply using the term fentanyl does not capture everything that might be sort of colloquially considered fentanyl, that there are precursors and similar synthetics that they pick up as fentanyl, but would not fall underneath our controlled substance definition of fentanyl. So we're working on trying to get a good definition of that. There's 3 or 4 different substances that fall in that category. And the crime lab wanted to make sure that we knew not all of those were covered underneath the current statute change.
That probably makes sense to everybody. So right now you're looking for a motion to approve the concepts of these different drafts. The
report
and the report
and the concepts. We will go back and add the things that you have mentioned. We'll start circulating some emails amongst members as well in the next week or so with an updated list of draft concepts based on what we heard today. So there's a few things that need to be included. You'll note, felon in possession isn't included in this, and there's probably needs to be some things like that.
Okay, do we have a motion? To do what? To approve.
To approve.
Does that work for you guys? Okay.
But also just, Rick, very specifically, you mentioned the list of all of these bills that were introduced in the back. If we could maybe change that to a different formatting in a spreadsheet format, I think that it's interesting to me that I had even reported earlier that so many of these bills die either in Senate Judiciary or House Judiciary. Reality is, looking through here, it looks like House Consumer and Public Affairs is where many of them die as well. I think it'd be very helpful, and I think even more than just lawmakers, but the public needs to know where these bills are going to die. CPAC and a number of others. Just, it would be a lot more clear if that was in spreadsheet format for us to see.
Okay, Madam Chair, yeah, I tried to provide where all the bills died So that is there, but yeah, we can play around with the formatting to make it easier to read. Yeah, that'd be no problem.
Anything else that we need to take up? Oh, yeah, good. Yeah, I guess we'll vote. Is there anybody opposed to adopting the motion? No? I don't see anybody in opposition. So the motion carries. Oh,
Yeah.
see, we never get to do that because we're the minority. Okay, anything else that we need to do today?
I think you guys thank both Rick and I for the information put in front of you, but I think there's a whole team sitting behind us that needs to be recognized as well.
Yes, absolutely.
Scarpa, Brandon, Denise Ramones, Enrique's been here all day. So
Thank you for all those names. Yes, definitely. We appreciate all your work. Thank you guys so much putting all this together for us. Anybody else?
Madam Chair, if we could recognize my friend back there, Representative Joy Garrett. She's here. Appreciate her being here.
Representative, it's good to see you. Welcome. I'm glad you came. Otherwise, okay, if there's nothing else, then move to adjourn. Move to adjourn. Okay. Thanks. Where does I do? I got like chocolate chip all over my hand. It was like,